Chapter 503. Gu Jingze booked a plane to travel with Lin Che. He didn't bring too many things with him. He planned to ask someone to prepare them when they arrived at the destination. The private jet had already been prepared at the airport, and preparations had already been made in France. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze and boarded the plane first. There were many people watching from the outside. Lin Che thought that if he appeared at the airport now and was seen by the media, he would definitely be photographed. Fortunately, Gu Jingze had a private jet, so he wouldn't have to meet those people. Outside. Previously, they had heard rumors that Lin Che hadn't gone out for a long time and seemed to be going abroad to avoid the limelight, so they were prepared to wait for him at the airport. However, after waiting for an entire day, not even a shadow was seen. Could it be that Lin Che didn't take the plane out of the country? As for Qin Wanwan, she knew that Lin Che had left the country. She harumphed and said, "Isn't his endurance a little too weak? He went to seek refuge just like that. We've just received a wave of news. There will be more news coming out later. If she leaves now, she won't be able to watch the show." The next day. This was the first time Qin Wanwan showed her face at the airport after this incident. She was going out for an event, but she had already secretly notified the reporters to come and watch. Qin Wanwan said, "Stop filming." The reporters noticed a red mark on Qin Wanwan's face. All of a sudden, speculation that Qin Wanwan was beaten was posted online again. Everyone patted Qin Wanwan and asked if this had anything to do with the power behind Lin Che. Did Lin Che have a falling out with the management company and what the company was planning to do now? For a moment, all kinds of speculations about the forces behind Lin Che were pushed back. Qin Wanwan didn't respond the entire time. She remained silent and left the airport with an aggrieved expression, making many fans' hearts ache. Someone said, "Who is behind Lin Che?" He even dared to hit Qin Wanwan. It was already very strange for Lin Che to become famous back then. Now I understand that there's someone behind him. We're going to boycott Lin Che and not watch any TV series produced by Lin Che. I won't look at any of Lin Che's endorsements. We shouldn't buy anything that Lin Che endorses. That's right. She's using our money to act like a tyrant. Who gave her face? The netizens were full of criticism, but there was no news from Lin Che's studio. The conspiracy rumors online had already linked Lin Che to the president. Some people said that Lin Che's manager was the president's wife. Although Lin Che was no longer her manager and could only be considered an ex-manager, it was possible that Lin Che had already been controlled by her ex-manager. This company was simply a money-grubbing group that was about to create a bloodbath in the entertainment industry. Some people even mixed these entertainment industry conspiracies with political conspiracies. All of a sudden, a huge conspiracy theory spread on the internet. Qin Wanwan couldn't help but purse her lips as she read the news on the plane. Now, it was impossible for Yu Minmin to use her authority, because if she used it, these conspiracies would be confirmed. She wanted to see how Lin Che would turn things around. Qin Wanwan was the best at pretending to be pitiful. This time, not only did she trample on Lin Che, but she was also flattered. Everyone claimed she was the victim and the hot topic of seeking justice for Qin Wanwan was directly pushed to the top. At home, young Lingxin was suffering every day. She was still living in the Gu family's house, but she didn't dare to go out. Lin Che just left her alone and went out to play with Gu Jingze. Yang Lingxin stayed in her room. She felt that the servants kept staring at her, which made her feel weird, so she didn't dare to go out. She complained in her heart. How could Lin Che do this to her? How could he leave her alone at this time? Was he blaming her? Or did he want to drive her away? Lin Che must have wanted to chase her away. That was why he left her alone. Young Lingxin naturally didn't want to leave. However, there was a knock on the door, which gave Yang Lingxin a bad feeling. The door opened. Yang Lingxin immediately saw the bodyguards of the Gu family standing outside, looking at her. What are you doing? President Gu said that your health is not good, and this place is too noisy for you to recuperate. So, why don't we send you to another place? There is a professional team of doctors who can give you more professional treatment. Where are you going? I'm fine here. I don't need to go anywhere else. The bodyguards walked into the room. Of course, they didn't care what she said. They said directly, but Sir has already ordered you to go out with us. Yang Lingxin glanced at the tall and burly bodyguards. She had seen how they carried out orders when she followed Lin Che. These people killed without batting an eye. As long as there was an order from above, they would obey it. She couldn't afford to offend these top-notch bodyguards. She had no choice but to go out. The servants outside looked at her, but none of them liked her. Now that Sir was finally going to drive her away, they couldn't wait to see her go. Madame let her in because she had helped Madame and lost her chastity because of Madame. She couldn't drive her away, but no one owed her anything. In the end, she really wanted to treat this place as her own home. Yang Lingxin went out. After getting into the car, she asked the bodyguards, "Where did Sir say he wanted me to go?" "The sanatorium." "The sanatorium? It specializes in psychotherapy. Wasn't that a mental hospital?" No, I don't want to go there. I am fine. I want to go home. I want to go home now." The bodyguard sneered. "All right, then you have to tell Madame yourself that you don't want to continue the treatment, so you chose to go home." Yes. I'll go home immediately." So, Yang Lingxin was sent home. When she reached home, her mother asked her where she had been all this time. Yang Lingxin looked at the messy things in her room and thought angrily, was she going back to this place again? Why was Lin Che so happy, while she was always so unlucky? Why was Lin Che able to change his fate, while she was always despised? She really envied Lin Che for being able to meet a man like Gu Jingze. Now, looking at her home, looking at her mother and father, she felt annoyed no matter how she looked at it. She even wondered why her own parents gave birth to her. Why wasn't she born into a wealthy family? Why were her parents so ordinary? Lin Che and Gu Jingze got off the plane. Before they reached the hotel, Lin Che couldn't help but check his phone in the car. He wanted to see how the news in the country was going. Although she had long been used to being tall and had been trained to not be as fragile as she was in the beginning, she still cared about being scolded. However, before she could pick it up, she was pulled away by the man beside her. Chapter 504. Alright, we're on vacation. Let's not look at work. Lin Che pouted and looked at Gu Jingze. You don't want to. I just want to take a look to see if it's serious. Leave it to your studio. If your studio can't even handle such a small matter, then it should be disbanded. It was a small matter to him. Smart Films was a small company under Orange Light Group. It was nothing. Orange Light Group was a gaming company. It branched out and did many other things. Smart Films was one of them. That company was a leading company in the gaming industry. Their film company was also first-rate. After all, they had the capital and power. Lin Che, on the other hand, was just a small studio that had been around for 1 or 2 years. It was very difficult for them to compete with a big company. Naturally, Gu Jingze didn't think much of Orange Light Group. After all, a small company like the Gu family was enough to suppress them. Moreover, it was an ancient family business. Lin Che's phone was snatched away. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Jingze's lips touched hers. It directly blocked her mouth and all her thoughts. It must be because the way he sat down was too cool that it made her so hot that she forgot all other thoughts. He put her down quickly and stroked her hair. Will this stop you from thinking about those messy things? Yes, Lin Che was kissed so hard that she couldn't think about anything else. But at this moment, oh, we kissed in the car. Seriously. It hurts my eyes. The two of them were stunned. Lin Che quickly looked out and saw that the car had arrived at the entrance of the hotel. The person at the entrance was Liu Beichin. Gu Jingyan was behind him. It was Liu Beichin. He tilted his head and looked at them teasingly. It was depressing. God, why were they here? Lin Che quickly pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, quickly regained his composure as usual. He calmly helped Lin Che fix his hair before opening the car door. Lin Che's face was red as he followed behind. He thought to himself, holy shit, weren't the two of us on vacation? What are they doing here? Liu Beichin didn't expect that such a cold man could be so passionate to a woman. Gu Jingyan was also behind them. She looked at the two of them and said, I told him not to meddle in your business, but he insisted. Gu Jingze said calmly, what are you doing in Paris? We are here for work, different from you. Are you here for your honeymoon? We are in St. Petersburg and we heard that you were coming, so we came to pick you up. It seemed that the Gu family had informed them that they would be coming here. The hotel doorman had already gone to take the luggage. Lin Che looked at Liu Beichin and thought of Liu Chuxia. He still felt a little uncomfortable. That was his sister. Was he okay now? As they walked in, Liu Beichin was still talking to Gu Jingze. He told him why he was here, what he did, and how many days he had stayed in St. Petersburg. When they reached the restaurant, Liu Beichin asked the two of them to go in and rest. The restaurant had already prepared food, and they could go down to eat after resting for a while. When they entered the room, they saw a suite. The decoration of the house here was very romantic. It didn't look like a hotel, but more like a luxurious little palace. Lin Che put down her things and stood there, looking outside. As if he had already seen through her thoughts, Gu Jingze said from behind, don't worry, Beichin isn't the kind of person to put on airs. Liu Chuxia did something wrong, and she gave face to the Liu family. Nothing bad happened to her, and she was just taken away. He won't think too much about it. Hearing Gu Jingze's words, Lin Che was relieved. Previously, when she looked at Liu Beichin, she would feel a little awkward. Gu Jingze and Lin Che tidied up and went downstairs to eat. There weren't many people in the small restaurant. Some people were looking at these good-looking men and women who came to eat. They couldn't help but guess where these people were from. They looked different from the tourists, so their attitude was also very respectful. There were too many tourists with yellow skin and black hair here. It made people feel that there were too many people from country C. It was as if they could meet them everywhere. From outside, they could see some people who seemed to recognize Lin Che. They were sizing her up outside, but they didn't dare to come in. The standard of the hotel was very high, and outsiders were not allowed in. Seeing that there were more and more people outside, Lin Che lowered her head and ate her bread speechlessly. When she finally finished eating, she quickly went upstairs. She couldn't even rest when she was abroad. Gu Jingze looked at her lying there, walked over and said, if you don't like being stared at, I'll get someone to clean up tomorrow. No, Lin Che said as she lay there. Lin Che laid there and said, is this the trouble of becoming famous? Even though it's annoying, think about it. No matter what you do, you have to pay a price, right? In the past, when I was in our country, I didn't have to worry about being recognized while walking on the streets. Now that I've come to a foreign country, the occasional tourist or two actually turns out to be my fans. Gu Jingze shook his head and looked at this silly girl. In the past, no one could recognize me on the street. Even if I went to the set, I would be forgotten by the director. Because at that time, I was just a bit higher than an extra. But now, I can't be forgotten, right? Yes, now that she was in the set, she had her own lounge, her own assistant, and her own team. She was already very satisfied. Therefore, these troubles could only be considered as a stage of troubles. People needed to be satisfied, but they couldn't wish for everything to be perfect. Gu Jingze lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Gu Jingze's woman was indeed different. Meanwhile, in China, after Smart Films was sued in court, they started to fight back. The company released a statement saying that Lin Che had broken the company's rules and had been frozen. However, Lin Che's contract was still with Smart Films, so unless she was willing to pay the penalty fee and redeem herself, she couldn't sign with another company. The company even released a statement saying that the company had always treated Lin Che well. However, after Lin Che became popular, he wasn't satisfied with the resources the company gave to other artists, so he started to sign contracts in private and only informed the company afterwards. For example, Lin Che was the one who signed the movie Celestial Capture without informing the company, but the company tolerated it on account that they were colleagues. Who knew that because the company signed Qin Wanwan, she would be dissatisfied with Qin Wanwan's existence and wanted to leave the company? That was why the company made this difficult decision. Chapter 505. When this statement was released, everyone saw that the company's words were reasonable and had the video as proof. Some people said that there was no smoke without smoke. It seemed like there was indeed a problem with Lin Che. In the past, the company's public relations department only protected her. Now that they didn't, her public relations department became so bad that she couldn't even make a sound. Qin Wanwan looked at the comments online. They were almost one-sided and she was very happy. It seemed like Lin Che was just like that. At the same time, Qin Wanwan quickly told the company to contact the producer of the Witchcraft Notes and ask if they could replace her. This was the initial point of conflict. Now that Lin Che was being slandered to this extent, shouldn't they quickly replace her? At night, Lin Che called Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "If you want to have fun in Europe, just do it. Don't worry about this. I'm just worried that something will happen here. I've been in the company for so many years and I know a few people. I heard they're going to the notes tomorrow to talk about changing roles. Now that things have turned out this way, even if they originally wanted me, they wouldn't dare to use me now." Wasn't this the effect that Qin Wanwan wanted? Slandering her and snatching the notes at the same time. Yu Minmin said, "I'll think of a way to snatch the notes back." Lin Che didn't want Qin Wanwan to snatch the notes either. She was furious. This was a great television series that she obtained with her own abilities. Why did Qin Wanwan have to snatch it away? In the office of the production team of The Witchcraft Notes, the production team was actually discussing what to do based on the events of the past few days. Qin Wanwan's people came looking for them and asked if they could swap roles. Other than Lin Che, Qin Wanwan was the only one who performed well that day. Her reputation, aura, and acting skills suited the script. However, Lin Che was obviously the better choice. That day, she used her acting skills and familiarity with the book to win over everyone. However, if she couldn't do it now, she would have to switch to someone else. Not only is there a problem with the contract, but her public image is really bad. If we insist on using her, that's right. Moreover, Qin Wanwan is more powerful now. Lin Che can't beat her and he won't be able to beat her in the future either. From the looks of it, Qin Wanwan is definitely stronger. It won't be easy for Lin Che to make a comeback this time. After all, he doesn't have as many connections as Qin Wanwan. I heard, she and Orange Light Group's director. Needless to say, everyone understood. Just as he was about to make his decision, he looked outside. Yu Minmin had arrived. Everyone saw Yu Minmin. In the past, he didn't think much of Yu Minmin. Although she was still considered famous in the industry, it was also because she had nurtured Lin Che. But now, things were different. Who didn't know her? "Welcome, madam," everyone said with a smile. Yu Minmin said, "I'm here for work." Naturally, he knew why she was here. The producer of the production team had met Yu Minmin once before and knew Yu Minmin's personality. He said, "We chose Lin Che at first. You guys know that we've already informed Ling Dong that we'll choose Lin Che. But now, she can't even choose her contract. What should we do?" Yu Minmin said, "After this lawsuit, a new company will immediately come to sign a contract with us. We can also go out and work on our own. That ransom is quite a lot. Are you going to pay it with the tax?" "How is that possible?" "Gu Jingming and I mean, the matter between me and Mr. President has nothing to do with my work. Don't frame me for embezzling public funds." Hearing that Yu Minmin knew Mr. President's name, they paused for a moment. However, given her relationship with the president, it didn't matter if she called him by his name. It was true that the river flows east for 30 years, then turns west for 30 years. They had a feeling that they knew someone close to the president. Of course. Then you don't even have the money to pay for this. Our film is about to start filming. If you can't redeem yourselves, we can't film it. We can't do anything about it either." Yu Minmin said, "What if I say that we can get the money? We really don't believe it." But then, someone suddenly came to look for the producer. The producer was still puzzled and said, "What's going on? I didn't see you talking to Madam President." When that person heard Madam President, he looked at Yu Minmin nervously. Yu Minmin said, "Ignore him. He's just teasing me." He smiled respectfully and said to the producer, "It's important that I came with Madam President. You'll know when you see her." The producer immediately knew the seriousness of the matter. He nodded and followed them. As soon as he entered, he heard someone say, "Situ Cheong, the second young master of the Situ family, sent someone to say that he wants to invest in our film and asked if we need money." Film. This was a TV series. The film hadn't been decided yet. "Yeah, Mr. Situ said that after the TV series is finished, don't we want to film a movie version?" Of course they wanted to, really. He wants to invest. Yeah, that's what he said. The Situ family was in the shipping business and had never invested in film or television before. However, who wouldn't be happy to be able to pull in such an investment? Money was secondary. To be able to have a relationship with such a big family was something that would give them face. But he also mentioned one thing. What is it? He said that the female lead in the TV series will be Lin Che. What? So it had something to do with Lin Che. No wonder he wanted to invest. What did you say? After I said no, Situ Cheong said that there wouldn't be any problems with Lin Che's contract and that he would redeem Lin Che. No way. So, the rumor that Lin Che had someone backing him up was true, and that person was Situ Cheong? The producer was stunned. He was stunned for a long time. When he went out, Yu Minmin was there, waiting on him like a VIP. When he came, he was grinning like a flower. "Minmin, why didn't you say so earlier that someone redeemed Lin Che?" "Alright, we'll settle on Lin Che for now. After Lin Che is redeemed, we'll officially sign the contract." Yu Minmin was shocked. "Really?" Yes. You're not lying to me. After I leave, you'll sign the contract with Qin Wanwan, right? I'm not signing the contract. You should have said earlier that the Situ family's second young master wanted to redeem Lin Che's freedom. I wouldn't have said so much nonsense then. Come, why don't we take a photo first? When the time comes, I can brag to my family that I even know the president's wife. What was going on? How did it get to this point? But the second young master of the Situ family, Situ Cheong? No way. Lin Che's fencing master, he treated his disciple so well. Chapter 506. Qin Wanwan was still anxious to know the results, so she urged someone to ask how the production team was doing and if they were considering replacing Qin Wanwan. Unexpectedly, the production team told Sis Lin, "We're still going to wait and see. We're not going to replace her for now." They were very tactful, but they could tell that the production team wasn't going to replace her. Sis Lin said in shock, "You're not even going to replace her? Lin Che is as stinky as a fly in the latrine. Aren't we still considering? It's not like you guys don't have a chance. Forget it, don't try to trick me. I advise you guys to think it through. Our Wanwan is heading for the A-list now. Even if you want to replace her in the future, you might not be able to get her back. Alright, since you put it that way, we don't see eye to eye anymore." The other party hung up. Sis Lin said angrily, "This Lin Che, is he up to no good in the dark?" Qin Wanwan was also very depressed. They won't use Lin Che. How could they use Lin Che? Lin Che is so shady now. Then they might have other ideas and want to use another actor. When the production team heard Qin Wanwan's threat, they merely snorted. Qin Wanwan is still threatening us over the phone. They must be wondering why we still dare to use Lin Che. Seriously, they said their Wanwan is heading for the A-list. That's right, she's heading for the A-list, but Lin Che actually knows the Situ family. Situ Cheong is even willing to redeem his freedom. Looks like their relationship isn't ordinary. That's right. How can Orange Light Group compare to the Situ family? They snorted disdainfully at Qin Wanwan's behavior and were waiting for the day she regretted it. At that moment, Lin Che didn't expect Situ Cheong to actually help Lin Che at a time like this. Lin Che thought about it and hurriedly called Situ Cheong. Situ Cheong said, "What is it, disciple?" Lin Che said, "You called the production team and said you would help me redeem my freedom. There's no way I'd let anything happen to my disciple. Alright, besides, it's not that you can't afford it. You're just worried that after you redeem yourself, you won't be able to explain where you got the money from. Originally, others were already suspecting that you have a financial backer. If you pay so much money to redeem yourself, wouldn't that prove their suspicions? That's why you're being so cautious and didn't directly say that you have the money to redeem yourself." Yu Minmin had indeed said what Situ Cheong had said. Since she didn't want Gu Jingzi to be exposed, it was hard to say where the money came from. "I'm doing this to help you protect this TV series and prevent it from being snatched away by Qin Wanwan for now. Okay, but I'm still very grateful to you. Besides, it's only a few million. I can still give it to you, my disciple." Alright, the Situ clan had a huge business, and a few million was nothing to them. However, the people from Smart Movies thought that Lin Che couldn't afford it. Although Lin Che was popular, he hadn't been popular for long, so he shouldn't have saved that much money. She lived a luxurious life and didn't look like someone who knew how to save money. Little did they know that she lived a luxurious life because she had someone backing her. To this person, her luxurious life was nothing. The lawsuit started very quickly. In court, Smart Movies was certain that Lin Che didn't have the money to redeem herself, so they said, "We're reasonable people. Give us the liquidated damages and we'll naturally terminate the contract." Yu Minmin asked his lawyer to appear in court. Before the verdict was announced, Yu Minmin looked at Chen Jingde from behind. Chen Jingde said, "Minmin, it's not too late to regret it now. Yu Minmin said, how do you spell the word regret? Chen Jingde harumphed. Min Min, I know Lin Che can't afford it and you don't have the guts to pay for it either. If you investigate where the money came from, you won't be able to explain it. Although you're the president's wife, you people who play politics are more sensitive, so if you admit defeat now and apologize to Wan Wan, everything will be fine. Forget it. I don't have that intention. Yu Minmin turned and left after saying that. Don't regret it. The court quickly announced that Lin Che's studio would terminate the contract and had to pay the other party 7 million. 7 million. For many people, this was an astronomical figure. Because Lin Che's lawyer didn't bet too much on it, Ling Dong felt that they had won in court with this amount of money. The people from Smart Movies were very happy and immediately held a press conference. In the press conference, they said, we didn't want things to turn out this way. As long as Lin Che apologizes to Wan Wan and the company, we'll still welcome him back. Otherwise, according to the court's verdict, he'll pay us 7 million and we'll release him immediately. However, at that moment, someone immediately released a statement. Lin Che paid the penalty to the court immediately and was waiting for the court's verdict to go into effect. After paying the penalty to Smart Movies, Lin Che and her team would officially leave Smart Movies. Smart Movies was dumbfounded. Lin Che paid 7 million for the penalty. However, in the next moment, Lin Che's agency released another message, saying that they had already applied to the court for the second time. They wanted Ling Dong Movies to apologize and compensate her for the damage they had done to her reputation by slandering and distorting her. Smart Movies was so angry that they immediately posted on Weibo asking where Lin Che got the money from. They directly asked where Lin Che got the money from and whether it came from an unknown source because Smart Movies didn't think Lin Che earned 7 million in a year. However, Yu Minmin was already prepared. She found Situ Cheong and registered a new independent studio in advance and established a company under the Situ family's name. Yu Minmin didn't say anything and used the studio's account to post the company's full name. It clearly stated that the investor was Situ Cheong. In other words, Situ Cheong invested in a company for Lin Che. At that moment, Smart Movies suddenly remembered that they had seen Situ Cheong waiting for Lin Che at the company. It turned out that Lin Che and Situ Cheong had been in an ambiguous relationship for a long time and had relied on this big backer. Before Smart Movies could say anything, Lin Che's studio had already released a statement explaining the whole thing. Lin Che took a month off from the company to train herself. She learned fencing from Situ Cheong for a month and became her fencing disciple. The two of them hit it off right from the start and called each other master and disciple. They have a deep relationship. Therefore, this time, Situ Cheong is willing to invest in Lin Che to help her disciple's acting career reach a higher level. When the production team saw that Situ Cheong had indeed redeemed her, they took the opportunity to announce the cast list and confirm that Lin Che would be the female lead in the TV series. Chapter 507. Lin Che's sudden turnaround left the entertainment reporters unable to react. However, it was not a good thing to have a falling out with a company. There were many different opinions about this on the internet. Some said that celebrities would leave their original companies when they became famous. It was a common occurrence. It was a betrayal. Some said that the terms of the management company were too harsh. It was not wrong to leave. However, more people were thinking that Lin Che actually knew Situ Cheong. They were master and disciple, but were they really master and disciple? Wasn't he the financial backer? As soon as the entertainment reporter met up with Gu Jingyu, he interviewed him and asked him what he thought of Lin Che and the management company. Gu Jingyu had always been straightforward. Naturally, his family background and power meant that he did not need to be pretentious. He said directly, "What did you say?" "Lin Che betrayed me." I just want to say that if she wanted to betray me, I would have let her come to my company. I would support her and not pay any agency fees. I would give her whatever money she earns. Why should she stay in her original company and work for that whatever company she's in? Ling Dong, right? And give them a 70-30 split. The reporters thought that if the people of Ling Dong saw Gu Jingyu, they would have been flamed to death. However, the people of Ling Dong could only bear with it because no one in the industry dared to offend Gu Jingyu. Chen Jingde could only watch as he was insulted. After all, Gu Jingyu was right. In comparison, although Gu Jingyu only had one studio, it was more impressive than Ling Dong. It was said that the Gu family had given him a company with a few floors. It was located in the best location on Second Ring Road. It was especially impressive. Compared to that, Ling Dong was nothing. Sister Lin looked at the report angrily. This Lin Che. Situ Cheong wants to set up a company for her. How dare she say that she isn't a kept woman? Qin Wanwan stared at the Witchcraft TV series report. In the end, Lin Che still took over this TV series. Moreover, is Situ Cheong really her financial backer? Chen Jingde was watching from the side. He looked at Sister Lin and said, I didn't expect Lin Che to be so influential as to be related to the Situ family. If he had known, he wouldn't have treated Lin Che so casually. It was useless to regret now. Now that he had set up his own company, Situ Cheong was the investor. Yu Minmin told Lin Che about the news. Lin Che said, how did you get in touch with Situ Cheong? Originally, I wanted to find someone to be the investor so that others wouldn't wonder where you got the money from. Before, I was thinking that I could ask Gu Jingze to find a rich guy he knows to be the investor behind the scenes, just in name. Gu Jingze could pretend to be Situ Cheong's shield. Now that Situ Cheong is willing to be the investor, it will be more justifiable. Anyway, you are indeed his apprentice in name. Tomorrow, you can post a picture of you and him together, and everyone will know. Lin Che sighed. When I first signed the contract with the company, I didn't care about the compensation clause. I didn't expect that I would have to pay so much in the end. Forget it. A few million is nothing to your husband. It's just money for you to buy a car. It's just that I can't accept that my money is being used by them for profit. I always feel like I've worked for nothing. Don't worry, we'll sue them for violating our reputation. We won't stop until they cough up some money. On the other side, Qin Wanwan looked at the comments online angrily. Because of one sentence from Gu Jingyu, people started to side with Lin Che. Why is Lin Che so good? So many people are on his side. Am I going to be trampled by him again this time? He got the witchcraft notes, and now there are people saying that I didn't make the video myself. Sister Lin was also very upset, but she looked at Qin Wanwan and said, he has the cheek to say that Situ Cheong is keeping him as Situ Cheong's mistress. I'll go and tell someone to scold him for sleeping with the unspoken rules. Sister Lin immediately found someone to start a topic, saying that Lin Che slept with Situ Cheong and that he was her master, but she didn't know what kind of shady business he was involved in. Her people scolded her harshly, saying, Lin Che is such a good star. He just needs to open his legs and everything comes to him. From sucking up to Gu Jingyu to being Situ Cheong's mistress, Lin Che practically slept his way up. I heard that Lin Che was just a cameo in the past. He slept his way up from being a stage manager to a director, so he directly became a second female lead. He hooked up with Gu Jingyu, slept with Gu Jingyu, and slept all the way up. Ask, how many layers of black has he become? Seeing Lin Che being scolded like that, Qin Wanwan finally felt a lot better. Although it was all nonsense, Qin Wanwan also felt that if Lin Che didn't sleep with these men, he wouldn't be so flattered by them. She thought that whether it was Gu Jingyu or Situ Cheong, their looks and family backgrounds made people jealous. However, at that moment, she seemed to have forgotten that she had done the same thing. She just despised Lin Che in her heart. Who does he think he is? However, her happiness didn't last for a night. The next day, Situ Cheong suddenly spoke up. He immediately made a statement on the company's website, saying, "Some people keep saying that I'm keeping Lin Che as my mistress. I want to say that you guys have really spoken my heart. Indeed, I want to keep Lin Che as my mistress for the rest of his life and make him Mrs. Situ, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. After my pursuit of Lin Che turned out to be fruitless, I had already retreated from the sidelines and became Lin Che's good friend and master forever. From her, I rekindled the spirit of fencing and learned the spirit of never backing down. She made me see that there is another light in life, so I am willing to become good friends with her. In this lifetime, she will be my best friend. Of course, if she changes her mind and thinks that I'm not bad, I can be her backup anytime." Such an obvious confession really shocked everyone. Even Lin Che, who was on the other side of the ocean, was stunned. "This Situ Cheong. You can't play with me like this." Situ Cheong's sincere confession suddenly made him a popular candidate for a warm man. Everyone dug out Situ Cheong's fencing photos in the past and talked about his glorious history and dazzling family background on Weibo. That was how many people knew that Situ Cheong was a fencing champion in the past and was also a true aristocrat in Country C. Lin Che was actually confessed to by such a dazzling man and even became his disciple. He was too lucky. Everyone was so envious of Lin Che for being confessed to by such a handsome man with a rich family background who could be called the new generation's Prince Charming. Chapter 508. Everyone started a topic on Weibo about the two of them being together. Someone even said, "Young Master Cheong, don't cry. Lin Che doesn't want you. We'll marry you." For a moment, Qin Wanwan, who still wanted to say that Lin Che was a kept woman, was silenced. Everyone didn't even mention Qin Wanwan anymore. The entire internet seemed to be dominated by Lin Che and Situ Cheong. Qin Wanwan was so angry that she wanted to smash things in the office. Lin Che was envied like a princess, but she busied herself for a while and got nothing in return. Even the video from before was no longer mentioned. There was no more news from Ling Dong. Lin Che posted a picture on Weibo, saying that she had gone to province to have fun. She had not been in the country for a few days, so she took a nice picture to show that she was not running away. She was fine now and didn't need anyone to worry about her at all. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Lin Che only had to slowly collect the lost reputation fees from the company. In the small villa in province, Lin Che happily scrolled through Weibo. However, there were tens of thousands of comments under the post. They were all saying that Lin Che had agreed to marry Situ Cheong. He was so nice. Lin Che looked at the comments speechlessly. This Situ Cheong was too good at stirring up trouble for her. Just then, her phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that it was Chen Jingde. Lin Che thought, how can he have the nerve to call me? But she still picked up the phone. Anyway, she was not the one who should be hiding from him anymore. Chen Jingde said, Lin Che, are you having fun outside? President Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm using international roaming. It's very expensive. Really? You have young Master Situ backing you up. Do you still care about this little bit of money? Chen Jingde's voice sounded much more humble. I just used all my money to redeem myself. It's not like you don't know that, President Chen. Lin Che, it's only because Qin Wanwan has a relationship with Orange Light's boss that I have no choice but to stand on her side. Actually, I'm the one who raised you up. I'm very happy for you to have your current position and be able to connect with so many top tycoons. What are you trying to say? I just want to say, don't blame me for this. We're all working for different masters, there's nothing we can do. Don't worry, I won't hurt you because of this. I knew it, Xiaoche, you're the kindest, but I won't have any contact with you anymore. Don't call me anymore. When we meet again, I'll treat you like a stranger. I'll give you another piece of advice. Go with the flow. Even though you have no other choice, sometimes, it's better to leave a way out for yourself. With that, Lin Che hung up the phone. On the other side, Chen Jingde looked at the phone that was hung up and shook his head gloomily. Now, he had thoroughly offended Lin Che for Qin Wanwan's sake. Provence was still very beautiful in this season. The weather was neither hot nor cold, making people feel exceptionally lazy. Lin Che lazily stretched her back. Early in the morning, she saw people picking lavender and thought it was interesting, so she left Gu Jingze and went out to pick with a few old men. They were picking lavender to make essential oil. The essential oil produced in this season was very good. As the old men picked, they introduced the lavender to Lin Che. They said that the lavender here looked very ugly because it wasn't cultivated. It was natural lavender that was specially used to make essential oil. The especially beautiful ones over there couldn't be made into pure lavender essential oil. Previously, Lin Che had always seen that there were many newlyweds taking their wedding photos outside. There were also people from country C who came all the way here to take their wedding photos. These people who took wedding photos now really knew how to do business. Lin Che stood there and watched. With one glance, she saw that Gu Jingze had already woken up and was calmly walking over. He walked towards the clear sunlight. Although his clothes were very simple, it could not hide the noble aura that he exuded. His handsome face, which angered people and gods alike, looked very chic and unrestrained. Before Lin Che walked over, she saw the little daughter of the owner of the manor. The little girl, who was only 13 years old, was clinging to Gu Jingze again. Her eyes were sparkling with red hearts as she gave him flowers. Lin Che pouted. Although she was only 13 years old, but she still felt jealous. Gu Jingze's charm was too great. Not only did he have so many girls in the country, but he was also so charming when he was abroad. However, Gu Jingze tactfully rejected the little girl's flowers and walked towards Lin Che. After a few steps, he pulled Lin Che into his arms. The little girl saw him hugging Lin Che intimately and whispering into her ear. She snorted angrily and made a face at Lin Che. Lin Che felt her vanity being filled in an instant. Although it was very childish, she was very happy that a little girl was so jealous of her. So, Lin Che also stuck out her tongue in the little girl's direction. Gu Jingze is mine. He's mine. No matter how handsome he is, he's still mine. Gu Jingze frowned. Seeing her making a face here, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Lin Che turned around, looking embarrassed. She was too embarrassed to say that she was jealous of a 13-year-old child. She only chuckled and said, "Nothing. I'm just playing. Just playing." If there was someone to blame, it was Gu Jingze's fault. Even if one didn't look at his appearance, his temperament was too outstanding. That was why he was so attractive. It was hard on Lin Che. Everywhere he went, he had to worry about a bunch of women who were like wolves and tigers chasing after him. It was really tiring. Just then, Gu Jingze noticed what she was picking. "Why did you come all the way here to do this?" "Yeah, they said they were going to make essential oils. I'm going to learn. Anyway, I don't have anything to do, so I can make some and give it to people." Gu Jingze looked at her and thought for a moment before saying, "Okay, I'll go with you." Okay. Let's go and make it together." In the distance, there were still people taking pictures looking at them. They looked at the manor and the castle. They seemed to want to come over but were stopped by someone. Lin Che said, "There are so many people taking pictures outside. But is this manor not allowed to be taken?" "Yeah, this is a private manor." "Wow, private manor. Does that mean this belongs to one person?" "Yes, this belongs to Stray. Stray is a British nobleman. This is his private manor, and it only serves him. Outsiders are not allowed to come in. Foreigners really know how to enjoy life. No, rich people really know how to enjoy life. No wonder people from the outside were not allowed to come in. They must have found it strange that there were two people from country C walking around inside." Chapter 509. Gu Jingzi said, "I'm friends with him, so he invited me here for a few days. But it's so big here. So it was a place for nobles. She could be considered as someone who had been to a noble's manor." Tut tut. She thought to herself, it's true that there's meat to eat by following Gu Jingzi. In the past, she was probably the newlywed standing outside at most. She looked at this place and yearned for it. But now, because of Gu Jingzi, she could become one of the people inside. Although the people inside also had their own troubles, she still felt that she was already very lucky. She and Gu Jingzi made a lot of pure lavender essential oils. Lin Che tilted his head and looked at Gu Jingzi, who was working quietly. He felt that even if Gu Jingzi didn't come to be a big CEO, he would still be the most handsome kind of worker. If he were to be posted on the internet, a lot of people would immediately jump on him. Although she was supposed to do it at first, Gu Jingzi still did it in the end because he couldn't stand Lin Che's clumsy look. After a whole day, Lin Che was exhausted. In the evening, Liu Beichen came again. He drove here and was a little surprised to see the room full of essential oils. "Are you going to open an online store to sell essential oils?" Lin Che said embarrassedly, "No, we made them during the day. They're not for sale." Liu Beichen took a small bottle and looked at it. He smiled and said, "If you don't want them, give them to me. If Gu Jingzi squeezed them, they would be sold at a high price." Lin Che was speechless. The first thing these businessmen thought of was to buy and sell them. Of course not. "If you buy it, no one will believe that it was Gu Jingzi who made it," Lin Che said. Liu Beichen said, "That's right. No one will believe that the high and mighty Gu Jingzi would do hard labor." Gu Jingzi came out and looked at Liu Beichen. "Why are you here again?" Liu Beichen said, "I want to invite you and sister-in-law to watch an opera. There's a performance of the classic opera, The Phantom of the Opera, in France. Don't you want to watch it?" Hearing that, Lin Che immediately said, "Ah, that famous classic opera." That's right. Because Lin Che was an actor, he had learned the style of opera when he was in school. However, he had only seen movies and TV shows in school. He had never seen an opera live. Seeing that Lin Che was interested, Gu Jingzi said, "Do you want to see it?" Lin Che hurriedly nodded, Yeah, I've never seen a live performance before." Gu Jingzi said, "All right then." He said to Liu Beichen, "Wait here. We'll go over when we're ready." Liu Beichen looked at her and smiled at Lin Che. "It seems that Gu Jingzi treats you really well. He would never waste his time like this in the past." Lin Che blushed and glared at Liu Beichen. Has he never been to an opera before? He'll try to understand it, but he won't watch it himself. Usually, he'll just read the outline of the story, look at the acting style, and read the reviews in the books. What's the point of that? For a workaholic like him, nothing else is interesting except work. So, I really admire you for being able to persist for so long with such a workaholic." Lin Che thought that he was a workaholic. But why did she never feel bored when she was with him? The two of them would chat and see what he was busy with. But basically, it was just her following the script and watching the drama while he worked. They didn't interfere with each other, but she still didn't feel bored. In particular, she could still raise her head to look at Gu Jing's stunning appearance. He was really a feast for the eyes. After looking at him, she felt that her mood would become better for a while. Lin Che said, "I think he's pretty good when he's working." Most importantly, it was because she admired him for being so knowledgeable. She felt that there was nothing that he did not know, so she admired him very much. That was why she had never felt bored. At the opera house, they met up with Gu Jingyan. She was also very surprised. "Second brother, you're coming too." "I originally only invited sister-in-law, but this time it's a very famous opera singer. I think sister-in-law will be interested." Lin Che said, "Really? Thank you. I really want to see it." The four of them walked in and Lin Che saw that there seemed to be a lot of people from Sea Country here. When they saw these people coming in, everyone turned to look at them. After all, the four of them were too eye-catching. Not only were they handsome, but they also looked like they weren't ordinary people. Some of the blonde and blue-eyed men and women would look over to see what was going on, not to mention the black-haired and yellow-skinned people. Lin Che said curiously, "I see a lot of people from Sea Country here today." "Yeah, there's an opera singer from Sea Country in the opera today. He's very famous, so a lot of people from Sea Country came to support him." "Wow, he flew over from Sea Country to support." "Yeah. Then those who came to support must be rich people." Gu Jingyan smiled at the straightforward Lin Che. "You're right. Because this kind of opera seems to show off one's status, many people with status say that they're opera fans." "I see." As Lin Che said that, he saw that everyone was staring at them. He couldn't help but look at the people beside him. They were so young and imposing. One look and he could tell that they were from a big family. No wonder they kept staring at them. The four of them walked in as if they were already a scenery. Someone at the side said, "He looks like someone from the Gu family." All of them. "Yeah. We're so lucky today. Usually, we don't see any of them, but today, we actually saw four of them." Although they couldn't tell which one was which, they could tell that they were from the Gu family. At this moment, before Lin Che entered, he saw someone deliver a bouquet of flowers. Lin Che was stunned. The opera house had a special place to sell flowers because many opera fans would send flowers after the opera ended. Obviously, the flowers were bought here. Lin Che was still in a daze when the person who delivered the flowers said, "Miss Lin, that Mr. Liu over there said that the flowers are for the number one socialite. He's your supporter." Lin Che was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. She turned around and saw a young man who looked to be in his 20s smiling at her. Seeing that she was looking at him, he immediately looked up excitedly. "Miss Lin, what a coincidence to meet you here. I'm your loyal fan. After returning from WW's banquet, I've been watching your TV series. I've even booked the entire theater for your movie several times. I even asked my entire company to support you." Chapter 5:10. Wouldn't the people in the company think that there was something wrong with their boss? However, from the looks of it, he should be a hedonistic son of a rich family. Lin Che didn't expect that these people would still be so enthusiastic about the number one socialite. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for your support." "Oh yes, someone slandered you a few days ago. I hired someone to buy over those media companies. Tell them to write good things about you from now on. If they dare to say bad things about you again, they'll close down immediately." "No way. Even if they were wasting money, they shouldn't be so wasteful." It was too extravagant. No need, no need. Thank you so much. At this moment, Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's arm. He turned around and looked at the man behind him coldly. The man quickly looked away and looked at the stage. With a cold face, Gu Jingze dragged Lin Che to the VIP seats inside the hall. Gu Jingyan was still snickering at the back. Sister-in-law has so many supporters. But sister-in-law is really beautiful. She's so talented and has such a good figure. Sigh, she's being monopolized by second brother. I'm so jealous. Gu Jingze turned around and stared at Gu Jingyan with a piercing look. Gu Jingyan quickly said, "What?" "Sister-in-law, you have to protect me," Lin Che quickly said. All right. Jingyan is telling the truth, right?" Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che's shoulders tightly. This woman was spouting nonsense. Did she want to die? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. What? You think I'm bad, but I don't want others to think I'm good. When did I think you're bad? Then you insult me every day. That's because others don't see how clumsy you are. See, you're still insulting me. Okay, I promise I won't insult you in the future. Really? Lin Che didn't believe it. Gu Jingze said, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Don't hang out with Gu Jingyan and the others anymore. Second brother, what's wrong? Gu Jingyan said from behind, sister-in-law should hang out with us more often. Then she'll know what bad things you've done in the past. Hearing this, Lin Che's interest was immediately piqued. What bad thing? In the past, shut up, Lin Che and Gu Jingyan wanted to hear it, but Gu Jingze stopped them with a cold face. The quarrel between the four of them immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Those who could buy VIP seats here should be big shots. Ordinary people felt that they were a bit noisy, but they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Che was the first to realize that these people were all staring at them. She said hurriedly, all right, stop fooling around. Is the opera about to start? As expected, the opera was about to begin. They also quieted down and quietly watched the grand preparations for the opera. Operas were naturally good to watch, and watching it live gave people a feeling of excitement and shock. In particular, this opera house was very famous. The facilities were all first class. No wonder some local tycoons liked this place. In the middle, Lin Che finally saw the opera singer from Country C. She was young and beautiful, of course. Moreover, her singing and performance were very penetrating. No wonder so many people liked her. Moreover, the actors who could perform here were all very capable and were experts in the industry. It wasn't easy for such an expert to appear in Country C. That was why so many people came to support her. The opera ended. As expected, many local tycoons went to send congratulatory gifts to the new opera singer. Strings of gifts were sent backstage, and the opera singer quickly came out to thank everyone for coming all the way to support her. She removed her makeup. When she appeared, everyone was very enthusiastic. She bowed and thanked them. She looked very generous in front of these local tycoons. You're really the light of Country C. Yeah, Miss Su Lin is so beautiful. We'll always support you. The beautiful opera singer blushed and thanked them when she heard such compliments. However, her gaze was faintly discernible as she looked over. These local tycoons naturally sat in the VIP seats at the front. Lin Che and the others were lucky enough to see the beauty thank them in a sweet voice. As soon as I hear Miss Su Lin's voice, I can feel it lingering in my ears. Miss Su Lin, can you sign my clothes? Can you give me a CD? Of course, if Miss Su Lin is willing to give us the performance scarf on your head, that would be the best. Everyone was asking for things from her. However, the opera singer smiled and saw Gu Jingze. Before they could react, she had already walked over. She walked up to Gu Jingze in a few steps, untied the ribbon on her head, and said, "This performance ribbon is for you. I hope you like it." "No way." She gave him the ribbon. "She'll have to wait for the next time." The performance ribbon meant that it was the highlight of her appreciation, so everyone wanted it. However, she came directly and gave it to Gu Jingze. While feeling that it was a pity, they stole glances at Gu Jingze. Since it was Gu Jingze, they were convinced. It was the same for Su Lin. She had seen Gu Jingze when she was performing backstage. It was hard to ignore his proud appearance, so she had been staring at him throughout the performance. Later, when she went backstage to ask around, she found out that among the people who had bought the VIP tickets, there were 4 members of the Gu family or their relatives. Although many of these upper-class people liked to be cultured, families like the Gu family rarely came. She didn't know why she was so lucky today to see such a person come to watch her performance. So when she came down, she couldn't help but look over. Looking at such a proud man from afar, he was even more charming up close. She had never seen such a good-looking man before. Her heart was shaken, and she thought that since they were here to watch the opera, they might like him too. That was why she didn't dare to give him the scarf. However, Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "Sorry, I'm allergic to scarves." "Are you kidding me?" Lin Che, who had been pouting, immediately looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. Looking at the woman's embarrassed face, she felt a little sorry for her. However, before she could react, Gu Jingze had already grabbed Lin Che's hand and dragged her out. Gu Jingyan also looked at the person in front of her sympathetically, but she seemed to be more used to it than Lin Che. She smiled and followed behind them. He actually didn't want Su Lin's things. Su Lin was embarrassed. He stomped his feet and turned to leave without giving anything to anyone. "He really didn't give me any face. You know who gave Su Lin face?" "That's Gu Jingze." "Aw. That's Gu Jingze." Then. "Su Lin is a little too bold. The people next to him are all from the Gu family. The one on the other side might be the legendary Mrs. Gu." "Aw, Su Lin is overestimating himself." Chapter 511. Lin Che's fan watched from behind and said disdainfully, "Yeah, he's just an opera singer. What's the big deal?" Gu Jingze's wife, Mrs. Gu, is the top socialite of the WW banquets. Su Lin is nothing to her. Humph, how dare he lust after Gu Jingze. "I won't come to her performances anymore." WW banquets, although many of them were rich, they weren't qualified to attend WW banquets. Hearing that, she felt that it was very impressive. No wonder their temperaments were so extraordinary. They weren't ordinary people. Gu Jingze looked calm the whole way. Lin Che was angry at first, but when he saw that woman giving him a scarf, she hadn't even given him a scarf before. She looked at such an ambiguous thing and just handed it to him like that. She couldn't help but look at Gu Jingze. She thought that it was better for this man to not come out and cause trouble. He could get into trouble just by watching an opera. They arrived at the manor. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Jingyan decided to stay. Liu Beichen got out of the car and said, "It's rare for us to get together. Let's play cards tonight." Gu Jingze said, "Do you still want to lose a few million to me?" "I don't care about a few million now, Boss Liu." Liu Beichen knew that Gu Jingze was talking about the time when he came to play at his house in high school. They were short of one player, so he asked Gu Jingze to play cards. He lost so much that he had to take off his pants. In the end, he didn't dare to tell his family that he had lost a few million to Gu Jingze, so he secretly bought the family car. When Lu Qinyu found out, he beat him up. Liu Beichen said, "Damn, do you think I'm still as bad at cards as I was back then? I've been practicing for the past few years." Gu Jingyan said, "It's so late now. You don't have a girlfriend, but they have their own things to do." When Liu Beichen heard this, he said, "That's true, that's true. I didn't think it through." Lin Che said quickly, "What? What?" She twisted Gu Jingze to make him speak. Gu Jingze frowned. "Let's go back to the room if you want. Behave yourself outside." "Is this considered groping?" But the other two couldn't take it anymore. Liu Beichen said, "Forget it, Jing Yan. We shouldn't have stayed here in the first place." Gu Jingze didn't stand on ceremony. He turned around and looked at Liu Beichen. "There are still cars outside. If you can't handle it, you can leave now." After he finished speaking, he pulled Lin Che into the cave. Liu Beichen shook his head speechlessly. "You're too impatient." Looking at the closed door, he felt, Gu Jingze, who used to think that he was high above the masses and would never show any of his true feelings, now showed a little bit of humanity. Although his face was still as ugly as ever, at least there was someone who could play with him like this. Liu Beichen said to Gu Jingyan, "Lin Che is quite bold. It's the first time I've seen someone twist Gu Jingze's arm. Of course, they are husband and wife, why can't they? But I can't believe that Gu Jingze, who no one dares to touch, is being abused by a woman." In the past, Gu Jingze would never get close to anyone, no matter where he went. There weren't many people who dared to come into close contact with him, let alone make a move on him. He hadn't seen it for so many years. Of course he was surprised to see it today. Inside, Gu Jingze was indeed impatient. After the door was closed, Gu Jingze had already pressed her against the door. He placed his hands on both sides of her and pressed them against the wall. Lin Che looked at him and said, "What? What are you doing? Hurry up and go in. They haven't left yet. Didn't you already start to make moves on me outside?" Gu Jingze's breath moved in front of her on purpose, and it landed on her face a few times. He also purposely rubbed his lips on her face. I was warning you." Gu Jingze didn't care about what she said. He moved in front of her, kissed her and pushed her body tightly against the door. Lin Che still remembered what had happened just now. She was dizzy from the assault of his passionate kiss. She was so useless. How could she start to fall after being kissed by him? But it was probably hard to find a woman in this world who would not fall after being kissed by him like this. She could only use her last bit of rationality to faintly express her grievances. "Wasn't there a leading actress just now? She took the initiative to come to you. You didn't want her and came back to find me." Gu Jingze's lips did not move away. "Her? She's not as good as you." "How is she not as good as me?" Lin Che's heart brightened. Why was he so good at talking today? "Not as good as your breasts." She stopped being surprised. "You jerk, I don't want you to touch me anymore," Lin Che said. "Hey." Gu Jingze pulled her back again. "This is a compliment." What kind of compliment was this? Gu Jingze's hands had already covered her as he spoke. That soft touch and the shyness on her face that seemed to melt when he touched her, it was really, like magic. His body was instantly opened. Finally, he lifted her up in his arms. "What else do you want me to say? I'm just telling the truth. I don't feel anything when I look at her, but when I look at you, He directly put her on the bed, his hands already following the hem of her skirt and directly pushing it inside. "I just want to fuck you." Was this really a compliment? She strongly doubted it. But his hands had already pulled inside from below, causing Lin Che's body to completely contract. She was instantly confused. She couldn't care about anything else and tightly hugged his neck with both hands. But in a blur, she seemed to hear him saying, "I just like you because you look so comfortable. I just like making you so happy. I just like you can't control yourself. Lin Che, you haven't seen how beautiful you are right now." Lin Che was really completely confused. She was so confused that she couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. Lin Che finally felt exhausted and thought that she could sleep peacefully. But there was a sound outside. It seemed like two people were quarreling. Then, one of them slammed the door and left. Lin Che was stunned and sat up immediately. Gu Jingze frowned and went out to see what was going on. "Sir, it seems that Miss and young master quarreled and Miss left in anger." "What?" Lin Che hurried out to see. But she saw Liu Beichen standing by the door, looking angrily outside. His dark face was definitely uglier than the night sky outside. It seemed like it was going to rain soon and the weather looked bad. Liu Beichen turned around and saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said directly, "Hurry up and go look for her. It's going to rain soon and we're overseas." Liu Beichen said, "How can she be lost?" "She can't be lost." "How do you know?" Gu Jingze snorted and ordered, "Go look for Mississippi." However, the bodyguards really went to look for her. After a long search, they said that she was really gone and they couldn't find her. Chapter 5:12. The bodyguards said that they had searched everywhere but could not find Gu Yan. He had already expanded his search radius and was searching the surroundings. However, this was a remote village and there were not many surveillance cameras around. It was difficult for a person to find his way out. To make matters worse, Liu Beichen realized that Gu Jingyan did not bring her wallet, cell phone, bank card or change. She ran out empty-handed. Where did she go? Liu Beichen became anxious and called his men to look for Gu Yan. Lin Che was also very anxious. Seeing that Gu Jingze was not talking, she did not dare to disturb him. She let him think about what to do. After an hour, Gu Yan was still not found. Gu Jingze pulled up Liu Beichen's collar. "If anything happens to Gu Jingyan, I know. I won't let anything happen to her." Liu Beichen pushed Gu Jingze's hand away and strode out of the room. Gu Jingze followed him out. It better be like this. Seeing the two men quarreling because of Gu Jingyan, Lin Che could not say anything. The bodyguards were all out because of Gu Jingyan's disappearance. After Lin Che went out, she saw that the sky was getting brighter and the manor was very quiet. She did not know what to do, so she went out to look for Gu Yan. However, when she went out and looked around, she realized that she had left in a hurry without bringing anything with her. Actually, she could not be of much help. She just wanted to come out for some fresh air when she saw that everyone was anxious. However, after going out for a walk, she forgot something. At this moment, the men saw Lin Che. Seeing that they saw her, they walked towards her one by one. Lin Che suddenly had a bad feeling. "Hey, miss, why are you alone? Are you from a family?" They were speaking in a foreign language and Lin Che could not understand them. She could only say, "Sorry, I don't know you. I'm going back. My husband is waiting for me." Of course, they didn't understand what she was saying. But looking at her, it seemed that they had just returned from a hangover, so they didn't care and grabbed her. "Let's go, let's continue drinking." "Miss, you're such a beautiful miss, how can you not drink?" Let go of me." Lin Che, a girl, screamed, but she couldn't win against a few drunk and reckless men. In the manor, Liu Beichen didn't expect Gu Jingyan to leave just like that. She didn't take anything with her. Liu Beichen sat there, waiting for someone to report to him. Because of the time difference, it was still daytime over there. So, Fu Chenxi called and said that her apartment was in trouble. He was the one who found the apartment for her, so he said a few more words. Just like that, he quarreled with Gu Jingyan. These days, when the two of them worked together, they seemed to have a good relationship. Although they would still quarrel with each other, it was mostly because of work and not because of personal matters. Today, at this moment, the Lu family's people who had gone out to look for him returned. Young Master Gu has gone out with his men. He said that he has found the person. Found it? I'll go take a look. But young madam doesn't want to come back. As soon as Liu Beichen arrived, he heard the people below him talking about it. He clenched his fists tightly. Then, he continued to grab his coat. Where is she? They met someone on the way. He must have teased young madam. Young madam got angry and left with him. I think he is a local ruffian who makes a living by selling lavender essential oil and wine. He is a famous ruffian in the area. Liu Beichen's expression darkened when he heard this. Gu Jingyan. She left with a ruffian and she didn't want to come back. Liu Beichen said, bring me to her. He wanted to see which ruffian dared to keep his wife. Gu Jingyan was resting well in the room. Gu Jingze was watching from outside. He took a deep breath and said, Jingyan, stop fooling around. Come back with me. It's dangerous here. Brother, it's dangerous everywhere. It's even more dangerous at home. My husband doesn't like me and my status could kill me at any time. I always thought that my life could be simple, but it's getting more and more complicated. I don't want to go back. From Gu Jingyan's voice, he could tell that she had drunk some wine, so her words were capricious and unbalanced. Just then, someone behind them said in a low voice, Liu Beichen is here. He'll be here in less than 10 minutes. Gu Jingze looked into the room. He looked at it steadily and waved his hand. Let's go. Then. Miss, let them solve their own family problems. If they can't even coax their own wife back, they are not fit to be Jingyan's husband. All right, well, since Liu Beichen was here, the young mistress should be fine. The group of people left and another group came in. In the room, Gu Jingyan was drinking with the ruffian. The ruffian was called Bernard. He had picked up a woman on the road and was walking around in a poor and penniless state. He had been here for so many years and had seen countless beautiful women, but he had never seen such a beautiful woman. Although she was Asian, her skin was fairer than Caucasians and her body was as smooth as silk. She looked like the Virgin Mary in an oil painting when she walked on the road. So he went to tease her. He didn't expect that she would really say that she only wanted to drink. Therefore, he naturally brought her back. It was only after drinking that she realized that she could really drink. Although she had drunk quite a lot, she was already in a drunken stupor. But the more he looked at her, the more beautiful she looked. Hey, beauty, drink a little more. She said, of course. Go and pour me some wine. She kicked the man away. No woman had ever dared to treat him like this. But he was willing to do it because she was such a beauty. He hurriedly went to pour the wine. Outside. Liu Beichen finally arrived. The manor looked much smaller than the one Gu Jingze lived in. Gu Jingyan was in the vineyard. From afar, Gu Jingyan could be seen lying there, comfortably drinking wine. The local hooligan was serving her like a queen. This Gu Jingyan, how dare she? Gu Jingyan, get out here. Liu Beichen almost rolled up his sleeves and went in to fight. He stood at the door, his face red with anger and he was about to explode. This Gu Jingyan, who only knew how to attract attention, really wanted to die. She ran away from home and then took in a foreign man. Bernard heard the noise and walked out. He looked at Liu Beichen and asked, "Who are you?" "The woman inside is my wife." Who do you think I am? I'm telling you, you'd better open the door for me. Ha, how could she be your wife? If she was, you wouldn't have treated her well. She's such a beautiful woman. Don't waste it. Just give her to me. You. Chapter 5:13. Liu Beichen's expression darkened. Say that again. As he spoke, he had already rushed over and was about to punch him with his fist. Fortunately, his subordinates had sharp eyes and were already familiar with his young master's temper. If it had been something else, his young master would have been a steady person. Although he exuded the usual arrogance of a spoiled brat, he was still a man of business. After all, it was impossible for him not to be a spoiled brat in the Liu family. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. How could he not be arrogant? Moreover, everyone liked this little bit of arrogance. But every time something happened to his wife, he would lose his mind. He would cause trouble if he didn't. They were in a foreign country, and they were fighting with local ruffians. Did they still want to leave this place? If they were injured, how would they explain it to their families? That person was also startled. He was used to being a tyrant in this area and he had never met anyone who dared to provoke him like this. He took a step back and looked at Liu Beichen, who was taller than him and looked more arrogant. He was a little afraid. Liu Beichen was stopped. He gritted his teeth and looked at the obviously drunk woman. He was so angry that he wanted to drag her out and carry her back. But he couldn't. Damn it, why was this woman so willing to recruit people? She would always cause trouble. And this time, she had run away from home on her own. Gu Jingyan, are you coming out or not? Bernard turned around and saw that Gu Jingyan was already lying down. She had obviously fallen asleep. But she was finally drunk. He sneered and looked at the person in front of him. Great, she doesn't listen to you. It seems that she doesn't want to go back with you. You should leave. Liu Beichen glared at the person in front of him. I won't leave until she leaves. Bring her out now, or I promise you that you will regret it. Ha, I've seen this kind of threat many times in my life. But there aren't many yellow people like you who dare to treat me like this. So what if I'm yellow? Ha, I haven't seen many people like you who judge people based on their skin color. You, Liu Beichen said, I'll give you a chance. Hand him over. We're just here on vacation. We don't want to cause trouble. How could Bernard casually hand him over? Especially after he called him a lackey. Leave it to you. How do I know if she's your wife or not? If you call her, will she listen? Liu Beichen looked inside and saw that the woman seemed to be in a deep sleep. And the man in front of her was still provoking her. Don't want to cause trouble. No, you want to cause trouble, but you don't dare to. You dare to say that I will regret it here. It's been a long time since I've met a man who overestimates himself like you. What, do you dare to provoke me? I want to see how you are going to provoke me. Let me tell you, I have never seen such a beautiful woman before. I like her very much, and I will not give her to you. You better scram now, or else, the one who will regret it will be you. Damn. Liu Beichen's temper flared. He likes it a lot. Could it be that he wanted to do something to Gu Jingyan? Alright, I want to see who will regret it. Liu Beichen didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to take the woman away. But this man was obviously interested in Gu Jingyan. He was courting death. Liu Beichen took a step forward. The Liu family servants tried to stop their young master. However, this time, Liu Beichen pushed his own people aside. Let's see who dares to interfere. If anything happens to Gu Jingyan, they will take responsibility. Everyone looked at him and realized that no one could bear the responsibility. Looking at Liu Beichen, the servants were at a loss of what to do. Liu Beichen pushed the servant in front of him away and punched Bernard. Bernard didn't expect Liu Beichen to be this kind of person. He had never seen someone more arrogant than him in so many years. He took a step back from the impact, and his mouth immediately bloomed into a flower. Blood gushed out and the people around him were shocked. "You really dare to attack me?" Bernard waved his hand. "Go, chase these people out of my manor." "Your manor? Humph, if you don't let me take Gu Jingyan away, I'll burn down your shabby house in a few days." Everyone was shocked. Especially the Liu family servants. Did Bernard think that Liu Beichen was joking? No, no. Their young master had always dared to do things that others couldn't think of. He was the kind of person who would really take action. Liu Beichen was a famous tyrant in City B. He wasn't called that for nothing. Liu Beichen flew up and kicked away the man who came up to him. When he went to open the door, someone behind him grabbed his waist. He twisted his body, turned around, and threw a punch at the man, knocking out a few of his front teeth. Seeing that the person who tried to stop him had fallen to the ground, he walked in and saw Gu Jingyan lying on the ground, drunk. Her waist was like a water snake and it was so messy that any man would be tempted to look at her. He cursed, "This damned woman." But seeing that his men were already fighting with the man outside, he lifted Gu Jingyan, turned around and punched the man who came up to him. Then, he carried Gu Jingyan and walked out. Gu Jingyan was still in a daze. When they reached the outside, he handed her over to the Liu family who were waiting outside. When he turned around, he saw Bernard's men chasing after them. Liu Beichen thought to himself, "How dare you chase after them? You're courting death." He got a car and took out the gasoline from the car. Then, he poured it on a small house on the side. When the fire was lit, Bernard's men were really shocked. This country see, why did he say he was going to light the fire, and he really did it? Was he trying to burn them to death? The few of them were stopped by the fire. The people behind stopped chasing after them and shouted anxiously, "Hurry, hurry, call someone to put out the fire." Bernard, who was inside, was also stunned. He actually dared to. Who is this man? He didn't expect that he would really dare to start a fire. Bernard's men all went to put out the fire, so he stopped asking people to chase after them. The Liu family looked back at the spreading fire and looked at each other speechlessly. "Great, I've gotten into trouble again." Gu Jingze walked all the way back. Before he reached his manor, someone told him that Liu Beichen had brought Miss out. Gu Jingze had given Liu Beichen a chance to settle his own affairs. When he heard this, he nodded. But at this moment, when he reached his residence, a bodyguard was running towards him. "Sir, bad news, what's wrong?" "Madam is missing." Gu Jingze was stunned. She paused for a moment, then pushed the person in front of her away and quickly walked inside. Chapter 5:14. Lin Che felt that he was in trouble. He was inexplicably dragged into a car and brought to a small bar. Lin Che got out of the car, pushed a drunk man away, and ran away. "Hey, pretty girl, why are you running?" "Don't run." That person wanted to catch up, but probably because of the alcohol, he tripped and fell after a few steps. The people in the bar saw a group of drunkards driving, so they immediately called the police. When Lin Che turned around, he saw that someone had gone to pull the drunkards away. She let out a sigh of relief and slowed down, but she didn't dare to stop. After running for a while, she stopped, panted, and patted her chest. God knew why she met so many people. Although the people here were very civilized, and people often drank wine and enjoyed life, Lin Che had always been with Gu Jingze, so he had never met outsiders before. At this moment, standing outside, he found that he didn't have his phone or money with him. He wanted to borrow someone's phone to call Gu Jingze, but he couldn't find anyone. He pulled a person over and wanted to ask, but he was tongue-tied. He went through all the English he had learned in his head and realized that he only knew how to say thank you, what's my name, and yes or no. He really regretted not learning a few words of English and French back then. He must have relied on Gu Jingze too much. Lin Che looked at the roadside. This was not a popular tourist area. Usually, he would meet one or two people from sea country on the road, but today, it was so difficult to find any familiar faces. He stood there and looked for a long time, but he didn't see anyone. He really wanted to see something, but there was nothing. He didn't want to see people from sea country, but he could see them everywhere. Lin Che stood there and looked for a long time. He wanted to ask if there was a police station nearby and how to get to the police station. It seemed to be a street of bars. It was quiet here in the morning. On the road, he could always see people who had drunk in the bars all night, stumbling out. Some people saw Lin Che alone and wanted to talk to him a few times. However, because Lin Che couldn't understand these people, he could only stay far away from them before they came close, in case he met bad people. Not long after, more and more people noticed Lin Che. Hey, there's a pretty girl standing there. Yeah, I've been standing there for a long time, but should we go and take a look? Maybe he doesn't understand English or French. He looks pretty good. Aren't you going to hit on him? Lin Che saw a few young people walking by, their gazes fixed on Lin Che. It was obvious that they were discussing something. Lin Che closed his eyes. His heart was beating like a drum. Otherwise, he might as well walk around and see if there was a police station nearby. At this time, hello, are you a tourist? Are you here on vacation alone? There are hotels here. Lin Che suddenly heard this voice. Turning his head, he saw a yellow-skinned, black-eyed girl falling right in front of him. Stunned, she said, hey, I don't understand English. Then I'll switch to Chinese. Hello, are you a tourist? Are we staying in a hotel? Family style. God, you can speak Chinese. That's great. Are you from sea country? Aw. I'm not, but I'm of country C, really. That's great. Lin Che looked at the little girl in front of him as if he had seen a family member. I don't speak English and I got separated from my family. Is there a police station nearby? Or can you lend me your phone to make a phone call? Separated. The girl looked at Lin Che and saw that the clothes she was wearing were all famous brands. Each one was more expensive than the other. They were all at least a few €100. The girl said, okay, this is the red light district. The police station is far away, not here. But if you need a phone, I can take you there. Red light district, no way. How did she get here? Looking at it this way. The desolation during the day made people feel a little weird. Lin Che frowned speechlessly. Then, what are you doing here? Could it be that she was abducted? The little girl looked like she was in her teens, but she looked like a disobedient child. Of course, to children nowadays, this was called fashionable. Don't worry, I'm a bad person, but it's legal to do those things here. Don't worry, I'm a bad guy, but it's legal to do those things here. I didn't do those things. I'm just soliciting customers. Of course, I won't force you to do anything. There are many willing women here, so I won't force you to do anything. Tell me who you want to call, and I'll help you call and tell them the address here. I'll ask your family to pick you up. Hearing her being so direct, Lin Che didn't say anything else. She nodded. If she wanted to die, then so be it. Anyway, she had no other choice now. She couldn't find the police station, and everyone around her seemed to be a bad person. She could only gamble on this one who could understand her. Lin Che stood outside and waited. He watched her enter a room with the phone. Actually, she wanted to say that she could make the call herself and borrow the phone. However, some people didn't want to give their phone to others. Lin Che thought that he could help her make the call, but if she gave the phone to someone else, they might run away with it. Although she didn't think that she looked like a bad person, she could understand if the girl was wary. After all, she was a stranger to the girl. But she didn't know. The little girl looked at the girl outside and said to the cold and magnetic voice on the phone, "I don't know which family member she is, but she's in my hands now. If you want her, give me 500 euros. Otherwise, I'll sell her to the worst boss here in the red light district." The other party paused and said, "I'll give you 1,000 euros. Take good care of her." Really? Okay, I'll take good care of her. The little girl thought about it. Could it be that the other party was rich? For a moment, he regretted that the price he quoted was a little too low. She went out and once again looked at Lin Che, who was sitting outside. Maybe she was really a rich person. She looked very beautiful. On the other side, Liu Beichen stood up immediately. "You found her." Gu Jingze looked at Liu Beichen coldly. Although he wasn't to blame for Lin Che's disappearance, it was also because of his quarrel with Gu Jingyan that he didn't take care of Lin Che at that moment. He knew that Lin Che hadn't been abroad many times and didn't know how to speak English. He was alone in a strange place. Even if he wasn't afraid, he would be worried. Gu Jingze said, "She said that if I gave her money, she would return Lin Che to me." No way. Kidnapping? I don't think so. Why not? Liu Beichen asked. Chapter 5:15. Why not? Liu Beichen asked. Gu Jingze had already put on her coat. Who would kidnap someone and only ask for 500 euros? Alright, it seemed that she had met a scammer abroad. Damn, who dares to scam us? I'll go and meet her. Alright, you should think about how you're going to explain this to Bernard. I heard that half of his manor was burned down. Liu Beichen's feat yesterday was not over yet. However, after coming back and settling Gu Jingyan down, he knew that Lin Che had gone missing. How could he care about anything else? No matter what, he had to find Lin Che and bring her back. I'll go with you. I'll pay 500 euros and help you teach those guys a lesson. Liu Beichen followed and jumped into his car. Worried that they might startle people, they didn't bring many people with them. There were only 2 people, with a driver, driving along the red light district here. As for Lin Che, she sat there and saw that the girl was looking at her. She asked, "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Oh, nothing." "Oh yes, these are my friends, Tony, Martin, and Mo Rui." "Really?" "Hello." "Yeah, we wander around here and get some customers when we're free." "Why do you wander around?" Lin Che asked curiously. "We left home to join the union." Lin Che looked at her, puzzled. She hadn't eaten anything since early in the morning and felt hungry. She said, "Let's go out and find something to eat." "Okay. Do you have any money?" "No." Lin Che looked at the girl in front of her. "Let's buy it first. I'll return it to you when my family comes, okay?" She looked at Lin Che and nodded. The few of them walked out. Looking at the breakfast display outside, Lin Che chose what he wanted to eat. The breakfast looked weird and Lin Che didn't have much of an appetite. But when she saw a Chinese restaurant, she said quickly, "Ah, I want to eat this." The little girl behind her said, "Boss, you really chose the most expensive one. The other restaurants are all very cheap. Why did you choose this one?" I'm not used to it. I'll return it to you when my family comes. She said, okay then. The two of them went inside. What do you want to eat? The middle-aged woman asked while looking at the two of them. Lin Che wondered why he didn't notice a Chinese restaurant here. Otherwise, he would have come here to ask for help. Perhaps it was because he didn't dare to wander too much, so he didn't come here. Boiled fish, kidney, shredded pork with bean sauce, all right, but you have to pay first. What? Why? The lady boss glanced at the children behind her. These dishes are very expensive. How would I know that you brats wouldn't run away after finishing them? Unless you show me that you really are rich. It can't be. How can you look down on people like that? Lin Che said. The lady boss snorted, why don't you show me the money now? Lin Che wanted to take out the money, but she really didn't have it. When the lady boss saw this, she slammed the table and said, get out, all of you get out. Why are you here if you don't have money? Lin Che glared at the lady boss. This was too outrageous. However, the children seemed to be used to it. They looked at her, shrugged their shoulders, and walked out. Lin Che could only leave in a huff. She didn't have breakfast and could only return to the restaurant. She looked at the young girl speechlessly and said, you guys seem to be very notorious in this generation. The young girl rolled her eyes. Then, she saw outside. A car drove over and the people around them immediately looked over. The young girl's friends immediately shouted, wow, a sports car. It looks good. It's an old model. It must be very expensive. It looks like an antique. Is it the boss's? Lin Che turned his head and saw a small black car with a European vibe. The car stopped. When Gu Jingze and Liu Beichen came out, the young girl was stunned. The two men were about the same height. One was wearing a denim jacket and looked like a playboy. He was calm and expressionless. He was wearing a casual suit and looked mature. However, the two of them had the same handsome faces and extraordinary aura. The young girl was still in a daze when she saw Lin Che jump out of the car. Gu Jingze, you're here. The moment he saw Gu Jingze, Lin Che finally relaxed. Gu Jingze saw Lin Che jump out of the car. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Lin Che into his arms. Lin Che looked up and said, you're finally here. I thought I was going to be living on the streets. Silly, why didn't you bring your phone? Gu Jingze lowered his head and frowned as he looked at the travel-worn woman. Lin Che said speechlessly, I thought I was just coming out to get some fresh air. Turns out there are so many drunkards here at night. Of course, it's very messy here, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, luckily, I met a young girl who can speak Mandarin. I have to thank her for her help. Help. Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at the children. This Lin Che, he almost sold her off without knowing it. Gu Jingze said, looks like she didn't tell you that I have to pay her 1,000 euros to take you away. Lin Che turned around in surprise. What? You guys, when the young girl saw them, the first thing she did was to turn around and run. Although they were young, they had been here for a long time and had some experience. One look and they could tell that these two people were not ordinary people. They had messed with the wrong people, so they should run. Unexpectedly, Liu Beichen had already dashed over and pulled her back. The two children were strangled at the back of their heads. Trying to run. You don't want the 1,000 euros. The girl turned around and looked at Lin Che. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Sis, this is your boyfriend. He's so handsome. Let me go, I'm fine. We just need some money to run away from home. Lin Che was furious. So you're really lying to me? You want to sell me? No, sis, we did help you. We just want a small reward. Besides, they drive such a nice car. €1,000 is nothing. It's just a tip for the doorman, isn't it? The little girl smiled brightly. Lin Che could only roll his eyes speechlessly. Seeing that Liu Beichen was still holding the little girl's collar, she could only say, "Forget it, young Master Liu. Let her go. I really didn't do anything." Only then did the little girl let go. Not daring to ask for more, she said to Lin Che, "Thank you, sis. You're the best. No wonder you have so many handsome guys around you. But is this handsome guy really your boyfriend?" Chapter 5:16. Lin Che said, It's my husband." The little girl looked at Gu Jingze enviously. "He's married, looks like I have no hope." There was no hope even if she wasn't married. How old was she? She looked like a teenager and she dared to covet a man. Gu Jingze said, "Okay, let's go back." Lin Che said, "Hey, do you have money?" She asked Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, "What do you want?" Lin Che took out the wallet from Gu Jingze's pocket and quickly found €1,000. She turned to the little girl and said, "This is for you. Take it as a tip. Don't sell people in the future. Also, go home early and don't run around outside anymore. You look like a non-mainstream girl. It's too ugly." The little girl said, "What? You said I look ugly." Lin Che waved his hand. "Okay, I'm going to eat. I'm starving. You guys go find something to eat too." The little girl curled her lips. "Okay, don't trust people so easily in the future. You're lucky that you met me. Do you hear me?" She still had the cheek to say that. The little girl sighed as she watched Lin Che leave. Unfortunately, she wasn't lucky enough to have such a handsome boyfriend. Her father wanted her to go on a blind date with an uncle at such a young age. Of course, she wouldn't agree and escaped. Lin Che hadn't had breakfast yet, so she decided to eat something before going back. With the two handsome men as her escort, she found the street she had been to before. When the antique car stopped, the people in the neighboring shops looked over. She saw the Chinese restaurant they had been to before and looked at the lady boss, who was poking her head out of the shop. Then, under the surprised gaze of the lady boss, she went straight into a Western restaurant. That day, they ordered a lot of food and finished it in one go. Then, they gave a stack of tips to the owner of the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant beamed when he saw them and sent them to the car before leaving. The lady boss of the Chinese restaurant could only look at the stack of tips. She pursed her lips, snorted in jealousy, and left. After such an accident, Lin Che asked about Gu Jingyan's situation on his way back. Gu Jingyan was drunk and still sleeping. Liu Beichen, on the other hand, ran into trouble as soon as he returned. As soon as he entered, he saw a foreign lawyer standing at the door. He said to Liu Beichen, "Mr. Liu, I'm sorry to disturb you, but this is the compensation form. Please take a look at how you would like to compensate us." Liu Beichen took it and looked at it. Gu Jingze, who was beside him, laughed and asked, "Is it over 100 million? How is that possible?" Liu Beichen said, 40 million. "Oh, it looks pretty good. Euro." Lin Che was stunned. What was the meaning of this? The other party wanted him to pay 40 million euros just because his things were burned. Wouldn't that be hundreds of millions? Liu Beichen smiled and said to the lawyer, "Is that shabby manner worth that much?" The lawyer's face was full of pride. They had proposed so much, and he expected that the other party would not be willing to pay so much money. When the time came, they would continue to bargain in court. However, he had come today to wait for the other party to lower their stance and beg him to apologize. Only then would they lower the compensation. However, Liu Beichen only smiled coldly. Before anyone could react, he had already punched the lawyer in the head. The lawyer's nose was bleeding from the punch. He was so scared that he quickly retreated. He did not expect that the man in front of him would not be shocked by tens of millions of euros. Instead, he would hit him. Liu Beichen flexed his wrists. Since you're paying, I won't bother with your medical fees. Why don't you take a good look at yourself and pretend to be the boss here? The lawyer was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He quickly ran away. He had offended someone even wilder than Bernard today. It was the first time Lin Che had seen such an arrogant man. He covered his mouth in surprise as he watched the lawyer scramble away. He actually felt quite satisfied. He could not tell that Liu Beichen was a man of character. But, just as he finished hitting the lawyer, someone from the Liu family came up to him and said in a low voice, "Young master. Old master asked you to go back." I guess he knows about this. Liu Beichen rubbed his forehead in pain. Okay, I got it. It seemed that he could not avoid a beating when he returned home. Gu Jingze said, "If that's the case, let's get ready to go back." Yeah, okay. Gu Jingze patted Liu Beichen. Take care. Seeing this, Lin Che tugged at Gu Jingze and asked, will he be scolded when he goes back? Gu Jingze said, it's okay. He's used to it. No way, he has done this many times. In the past, Beast City has always said that he is the tyrant of Beast City and that no one can provoke him. That is because he has always been impulsive and does good things. He is not afraid of anything and has caused a lot of trouble. This time, it is just a small matter. Alright, these good-for-nothing rich kids. That night, after Gu Jingyan woke up, the few of them flew back to the country. Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen still disliked each other and ignored each other. Luckily, everyone rested on the plane and soon arrived at their destination. As soon as they arrived, Lin Che was immediately stopped by Yu Minmin. She said to Lin Che, this time, we've really obtained a complete victory. Lin Che said, not really. I still lost some money after all. I asked for $4 million as compensation for the damage to their reputation. Plus some other compensations such as endorsements and TV dramas. I will be able to get back more than half of the money you lost. They have suffered a huge loss this time, don't worry. That's great. Of course. Don't forget, playing politics with me. I'm the wife of the president. Don't I have some connections in the court? I can't kill Qin Wanwan. Alright. I have a feeling that I'm surrounded by big shots, and I'm surrounded by all of you. I feel like I'm being protected. My luck is too good, ahaha. In any case, this time, we have preserved our reputation and not lost much money. As for them, they asked for more than 7 million in compensation, causing their own reputation to fall to the ground, making us the victims. In the end, they didn't even get much money in compensation. This move is not bad, right? Yeah, it's really impressive. Lin Che completely listened to Yu Minmin's instructions. Although he didn't understand why he didn't respond and had to lower his stance, it was obvious that he was right to listen to Yu Minmin. However, Yu Minmin said, Gu Jingming told me all this. I knew that these people, even if they're witches, can't win against a 1,000-year-old fox like Gu Jingming. So this was actually the president's idea. No way. She was just a small entertainment industry incident and she relied on the president's plan to get through it. All of a sudden, she felt so superior. Chapter 5:17. Yu Minmin said, we're going to the new company to cut the ribbon. You should go out and have fun for the next few days. Don't rest when you come back. Come with me to the company to cut the ribbon. After that, you have to do an interview. Is it a reporter interview? Yeah, the news of you coming back has been released. Today is the new company's ribbon cutting. You have to go. Lin Che followed Yu Minmin to the new company. The company was Lin Che's studio. It didn't need to be too big, so Yu Minmin quickly found an office building and rented it. She asked the others to move in and work there. Lin Che arrived at the office building and got out of the car. The first thing he saw was a lot of people sending him flower baskets and congratulatory plaques. They couldn't fit at the entrance, so they purposely piled them inside. Yu Minmin said those flower baskets were sent by people in the industry. Huh. That's a lot. Of course, if you were kicked out of the company this time, they might not have come to give you anything. However, you won a great victory and left the company. You even got the script of the witchcraft notes. Most importantly, everyone knows that Situ Cheong confessed to you and that she's obsessed with you. Thinking about this, Lin Che was speechless. Situ. I didn't see him. If I saw him, I would beat him to death. Why would you beat him to death? Anyway, everyone knows that Situ Cheong is infatuated with you. A rich man like him is so close to you. Of course, people in this industry are very powerful. It's not the first time you've heard about it. Yeah, Lin Che understood. After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, she knew the fickleness of human nature. Looking at all the big directors, big producers, and big companies that had sent flower baskets, she really felt that some of these people, some of whom she didn't even know and had never seen before, were actually here to send flower baskets to congratulate her. And there were even more. International award-winning directors. Damn, Director Gu is sending me flower baskets too. When did I ever work with him? You didn't in the past, but that doesn't mean you won't in the future. Anyway, you're very popular now. You've been on the hot list for a few days. You probably didn't feel this kind of popularity when you were overseas. You'll know when you're back. Soon, Lin Che saw some flower baskets sent by some well-known companies. What are these? They all said they were your fans. Yu Minmin lowered her head and said, I think they were fans from WW's party. Lin Che was about to go crazy. These people were also here to deliver flower baskets. Seeing that Lin Che had returned, everyone came up to congratulate him. Sis Che, you're finally back. Sis Che, we're Sis Che's people from now on. Lin Che happily looked at the familiar faces in front of him. Thank you for trusting me this time and coming with me to assemble our studio. The employees were very happy. They also said to Lin Che passionately, what are you saying, Sister Che? When we first started working for you, we were nothing. Now, because of you, I'm a little famous in the industry. It's you who brought us this glory. Yeah, we've made a name for ourselves by following Sister Che. Lin Che looked at everyone and said, how could that be? We are improving together. If I didn't have all of you, I would still be that Lin Che who played a small role. Everyone happily surrounded Lin Che until Yu Minmin came to ask her to cut the ribbon. Outside, the other companies in the office building also poked their heads out to take a look. They wanted to see which new company was making such a big scene. They found it strange when they found out it was just an artist studio. That was because they saw many familiar names on the flower baskets. Those names were all well-known CEOs of big brands. How could a small artist know so many CEOs? Furthermore, they were sending flower baskets in the name of these CEOs. How much face did they have? Soon, the reporters finally arrived at the interview segment. When they saw Lin Che coming down, the reporters immediately surrounded him. Did you see Situ Cheong when you came back? Did Situ Cheong come to deliver the flower baskets? Situ Cheong didn't come to cut the ribbon. Everyone wants to see you and Situ Cheong in the same frame. Aren't you coming? Lin Che said speechlessly, today is the grand opening of my studio. Can you ask me about the studio? The reporter said, all right. Is Situ Cheong in the studio? This Situ Cheong is really a troublemaker. That day, the report broadcasted the fiery opening of Lin Che's studio. Chin Wan Wan. She looked at the screen. Everyone was lining up to ask her questions about Situ Cheong. It was just the grand opening of a studio, but they made it sound like a big event in the entertainment industry. Chin Wan Wan was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. As for Lin Che, she had a tiring day. She had just gotten off the plane and hadn't had time to go home before she was dragged here. She didn't have a moment of leisure. Yu Minmin looked at the time and said to the sleepy Lin Che, remember, it's the Golden Name Award ceremony in a few days. You still have to receive the award. Have a good sleep tonight. We'll go to your house tomorrow and help you choose a gown. What? No way. So much work makes people want to die. Lin Che wailed. He missed the carefree sunshine in France as soon as he came back. Yu Minmin smiled and said, who told you to give up your job as Mrs. Gu and become a celebrity? Moreover, you just had to become popular. A celebrity has a lot of work, which means that she is too popular. You should be glad. Go back and rest. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. When he left the company, he saw Gu Jing's car waiting outside. Yu Minmin laughed and teased, I really couldn't tell that Gu Jingza was such a filial husband. Get lost. Lin Che shoved Yu Minmin and ran over. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che and then at the opening sign of the studio behind him. Congratulations, he said calmly. Lin Che sighed. It's so tiring to do all this work. Of course it's not easy to start a company. Then how did you manage to do so many companies? I feel like it's inhuman work when I do one. Are you saying that I'm not a human? No. Lin Che looked at him obsequiously. You're a god. You're the most powerful god. Okay. Gu Jingza raised his eyebrows. I've never seen a more fake compliment than your expression. Lin Che snorted, but he really admired Gu Jingza for being so organized even though he had so many companies. As expected, not everyone could be a CEO. But everyone gave me a flower basket. Why didn't you give me one as a token of appreciation? Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che. I've done it. Are you sure your studio can continue to operate? What? Then your Q&A session today was all about my relationship with you, right? Okay, that was true. There had never been anyone in Country C who could receive a flower basket from Gu Jingza. So if Gu Jingza's name appeared here, the reporters would explode. Chapter 5:18. When they got home, Lin Che went straight to Prince. She hadn't seen Prince for a few days and missed him. But Prince seemed to have gained some weight. Lin Che twisted Prince's little meatball. Oh yeah, I brought gifts for everyone, but I forgot to bring one for you, Gu Jingza said from behind. Why does a dog need a gift? Of course, Lin Che said. Why don't we go buy it tomorrow morning? The next morning, Lin Che woke up early as expected. Prince had always woken up early and had already gone out to relieve himself. Lin Che took the dog with her and prepared to take it out for a walk to buy something. Gu Jingza and Lin Che went out together, wearing white casual clothes. When they got outside, Lin Che looked down and felt that something was wrong. Why do they look like couple outfits? But it seemed that the two of them were just randomly looking for clothes in the wardrobe because there were too many clothes and they were too lazy to search early in the morning, so they randomly picked one and put it on. She didn't expect them to be so in sync. Going out early in the morning under the sun was a very comfortable feeling. Because they only had one morning to rest and had to go out to shoot in the afternoon, Lin Che cherished her time. She held the dog leash in one hand and Gu Jingze in the other. She looked up and said, "Great, let's go. We'll walk the dog and see what Prince likes to eat at the same time." Lin Che had never raised a dog before, but dogs must like to eat bones. In fact, for the sake of the dog's health, his family did not give him a lot of food. Lin Che thought that it should be fine to eat it occasionally. Since he liked to eat it, he would eat it. If a dog could only eat dog food in his life, it would be miserable enough. It would be as monotonous and boring as eating rice. Gu Jingze just followed them out. The morning sun was very dazzling. It was a rare good day. The sun shone on his white clothes, which set off his honey-colored skin and exposed his long legs. He was a refreshing and charming man. It couldn't be more pleasing to the eyes. Lin Che raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. It was so sweet that it made a girl's heart burst. She was so happy that she held his hand. Gu Jingze seemed to feel the girl's infatuation and shook his head speechlessly. But he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. The prince was running back and forth, but at that moment, he seemed to have smelled something. The prince rushed towards the road. Lin Che was pulled along by the prince, and they walked in that direction. Wow, why is the prince so excited? Lin Che looked at it strangely. He raised his head and saw that there was a food market in front of him. Early in the morning, the market was bustling with activity. As the only old-fashioned market here, it looked crowded early in the morning. When Lin Che saw the pork seller in the distance, he finally understood why the prince was so excited. The prince is really smart. His nose is so sensitive that he can smell something delicious. Gu Jingze asked, "What?" "The market over there. There must be a lot of meat, bones, and internal organs like chicken livers. Dogs love to eat these. Sigh, since I'm buying a gift for a dog, I must cater to it. Why don't I buy some chicken livers for the prince?" Gu Jingze looked over and nodded. "Let's go." After entering, they saw that it was full of potholes and there was water everywhere. The ground looked a little dirty. Because there were many people and there was a lot of food, there were all kinds of smells mixed together. It felt very messy. Lin Che couldn't help but raise his head and look at Gu Jingze. "It's a little dirty here. Are you okay?" Gu Jingze was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He looked different from the others. His white clothes looked like a unique lotus flower. It looked so clean. Gu Jingze said, "It's okay. What did you say you wanted to buy?" "Oh, those chicken livers. Let's go over there." Lin Che raised his head. "Have you never been to the market before?" Yeah. You don't even go to the supermarket, let alone the market. But the market is very fresh and it's so lively. The aunties wake up early to buy vegetables. It looks so lively. Look, there's chicken livers over there. Let's go and buy them." They arrived at a stall with all kinds of meat on it. As soon as they arrived, Prince couldn't take it anymore and almost jumped up to eat. The stall owner was a very simple and honest auntie. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "Hey, look at that fat dog. He wants to eat too. What are you buying, young lady, young man?" Seeing that the two of them were good-looking, the auntie beamed with joy and looked even more amiable. Lin Che said, "We want some chicken livers for the dog." "Oh, okay. Chicken bones, no, chicken bones are very good." "No, it's not good for dogs to eat chicken bones. My dog is too small. It's not good for his stomach." The auntie clicked her tongue and said as she picked out the chicken livers for them, "Seriously, dogs nowadays eat really well. These people couldn't afford it in the past, but now they buy it for their dogs. You guys always give these good things to your dogs. Otherwise, how could your dogs grow so fat? Lin Che couldn't help but raise her head and look at Gu Jingze. She curled her lips and thought to herself, it seems that dogs at home eat dog food that costs more than 1,000 yuan. When there was nothing to do, there was even a chef who made some vegetable rice for the dogs to increase their nutrition. This kind of chicken livers cost only a few yuan a box. Families usually didn't like to give it to their dogs, lest it was bad for their health. Lin Che said, hee, life is better now. Thank you, auntie. Please weigh it for me. The auntie said, it's 320 yuan. Look at how pretty the young lady and the young man are. 3 yuan will do. Thank you, auntie. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. He watched as she happily thanked the auntie for 2 cents. She really thought it was a big deal. The two of them walked out together, holding a white, chubby puppy in their arms. It looked very different from the dirty and messy scene in the wet market. Gu Jingze said, thank you even for 2 cents. Of course. 2 cents is also money. Besides, is this polite? It's polite for them to give us a discount. We have to be polite too. Gu Jingze could only shake his head speechlessly. The two of them walked home from the wet market. She said, it's fun to walk the dog. Let's go out for a walk when we have time. Gu Jingze said, okay. It's good to exercise more. Although he didn't think it was fun, since Lin Che was so interested, he would naturally accompany her. The two of them came back with a bag of chicken livers. However, Lin Che felt that the number of people walking dogs outside was slowly increasing. There weren't many dogs here in the past. Chapter 5:19. Of course, she didn't know that there was a rumor that Gu Jingze had 2 dogs at home. Gu Jingze would come out to walk the dogs whenever he was free. After that, many people in the area quickly asked their maids to buy dogs. If they saw Gu Jingze walking the dogs one day, they would have a chance to talk to the famous Gu Jingze. Lin Che only looked to the side suspiciously. Then, he walked in with Prince. He didn't notice that at the entrance of the estate, there was someone watching them quietly. She kept watching, unwilling to leave. Yang Lingxin watched them quietly from inside. She waited for a few days and finally saw the two of them come back. These days, she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. The house was dirty no matter how many times she washed the bedsheets, they were still dirty. The clothes still smelled no matter how many times they were washed. Because she knew that the Gu family's clothes, bedsheets, and household items were not only washed, but also disinfected. Then, they were warmed by fragrance before being placed on the bed. But the house was really dirty. There was nothing at all. Yang Lingxin didn't want to live like that at all. She wanted to be like Lin Che, living the life of a noble. She reached the entrance and wanted to go in, but unexpectedly, the security guard didn't let her in. You can't enter without a pass, the security guard said directly. Yang Lingxin shouted, I lived here before. Don't you remember me? I lived here with Lin Che. The security guard only glanced at her. But you don't live here anymore. Yang Lingxin stomped her feet. She had no choice but to leave for the time being. The next day, Lin Che saw Yang Lingxin running towards him the moment he came out. Sister Che, you're finally back. Lin Che saw Yang Lingxin running towards him with a wronged expression. The Gu family's bodyguards saw Yang Lingxin, but pretended not to see anything and turned their heads away. Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che. Sister Che, I missed you. Why did you only come back after being gone for so long? Lin Che couldn't help but look at Yang Lingxin. No, I wasn't gone for a long time. I was only gone for a few days. But they said you went home to recuperate. What's wrong? Are you okay now? Recuperate at home. Yang Lingxin glared fiercely at the bodyguards behind her, but when she turned back to look at Lin Che, she had already recovered her delicate expression. I am fine now. I just miss Sis Che a lot. Can I still work at Sis Che's place? Of course, I didn't fire you. Lin Che simply felt a little strange, but looking at Yang Lingxin, he didn't want to think the worst. He simply wanted her to go to the office first and ask Yu Minmin what was going on. When he arrived at the company, Yu Minmin was still in the office. After starting his own company, Yu Minmin worked even harder. It used to be someone else's company, and there were many things she couldn't do. Now, though she was technically working for Lin Che, she was a paragon. When she saw Lin Che walk in, she saw Yang Lingxin following behind him. She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Little Axayan, you're here. This must be your first time at the company, right? Go inside and familiarize yourself with the people you know. Go in and look for them." Yang Lingxin smiled and went in. Yu Minmin watched her leave, then quickly asked Lin Che, "Why is she here again?" Lin Che said, "Did something happen to her?" "No, it's just that she's been staying at your place and not moving out. I thought she was really interfering with your and Gu Jing's business, so I reminded her that it wasn't good to stay for too long. When I heard she moved out, I thought she'd come around on her own and didn't come to the office. I thought she wasn't coming anymore. Forget it, I was the one who let her stay at my place to recuperate." Although he felt that it wasn't good for her to stay at his place all the time, he thought that perhaps she really was traumatized by the kidnapping incident, so he didn't let her leave. After all, he was the one who had dragged her down. Yu Minmin said, "As long as she's not so immature, I'll let it go. It's just that after the video incident, I thought she'd take the blame and quit." Lin Che said, "Me too. I hope she's just immature, and that's why she caused all this trouble. Forget it, I'll give her a chance. I'll have someone watch her closely." During the day, Yang Lingxin's work was very simple. She only helped with some documents. She was also very honest. Because she had caused trouble, she wasn't as arrogant as before. She just humbly asked people about things. At night, Gu Jingze called Lin Che and asked when she was going back. Lin Che said, "I'm going to talk about the script with the director and team of Witchcraft Notes tonight. It's the first time we're having dinner together, so I can't miss it." Gu Jingze heard this and asked which restaurant she was going to. Lin Che said, "It's the restaurant under ST Hotel." ST Hotel was a 5-star hotel. There was a catering department under it, and the food was very luxurious. It was suitable for people to eat there, and it looked very formal. Whether the food was delicious or not was another matter. However, when Lin Che arrived, she saw that the place was indeed very luxurious. However, it was a big hall and there were no private rooms. There were many people who came to eat. When they saw Lin Che coming in, some people rushed over to ask for autographs. Fortunately, the restaurant staff quickly stopped them. Lin Che signed a few autographs and smiled at everyone, thanking them for their support. In the end, she still brought Yang Lingxin along. Because there was no one else in the company that she could bring along, it was not suitable for Yu Minmin to attend the gathering. Yang Lingxin was the only assistant that she had with her. When they entered, the production crew of Witchcraft Notes saw Lin Che and quickly stood up to welcome her. The director of the production crew was the most senior. Lin Che was considered a junior, so she smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello Director Hu, hello Producer Zhang. You can just call him San Kai. You haven't worked with him before, right? He's our new male idol. You should have heard of him." Ji Young, this is the female supporting role. Xiao Min, she's still a newcomer, so you'll have to take care of her in the future. This is your master. He's a senior, so you should know him. The producer introduced them to Lin Che one by one, and Lin Che humbly greeted everyone. The meal was very harmonious. Everyone saw that Lin Che had become famous after a single battle. She was in the prime of her life, but she did not have any arrogance. They were very impressed. Knowing that Siti Cheong was still wooing her and starting a company with her, they did not forget to tease her during the meal. Lin Che could only beg for mercy. Don't mention it. Siti Cheong and I are master and disciple. A teacher for a day, a father for life. It's impossible for me to be with him. As soon as she said that, everyone burst into laughter. But it's already very impressive to be Situ Cheong's disciple. Just then, they heard someone say that someone else was coming to eat. Seeing that everyone in the restaurant was looking at them, they couldn't help but go over. "Waiter, what's going on?" they asked. The waiter said, "I heard it's Mr. Gu Jingze. He's here to eat with someone." Chapter 520. Hearing Gu Jingze's name, Lin Che, who had been engrossed in eating, almost spat out the food in his mouth. The person beside him was startled. Seeing Lin Che gasping for air, he quickly said, "What's wrong, Lin Che? You didn't choke, did you?" The water was quickly handed to Lin Che. He took it and took a big gulp. Slowly, he calmed down. What was Gu Jingze doing here? Lin Che looked up. Seeing that they were still looking at him, he quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. I grabbed it by accident." Only Yang Lingxin's expression changed as she looked at Lin Che. As expected, Gu Jingze had already entered the room. She could tell that he was eating with someone. But he probably wouldn't come to this kind of place to eat. No, he probably wouldn't come out to eat with anyone. Didn't he never attend gatherings or social gatherings? Then why did he suddenly come here today? Just then, the people at the table began to discuss. That must be Gu Jingze. Look at how imposing he is. But I heard that he has 12 top-notch bodyguards. Why aren't they with him today? Looks like we're in luck today. It's our first gathering and we actually bumped into Gu Jingze. Just then, Gu Jingze, who was walking up the stairs step by step, shot a glance at her. It landed squarely on Lin Che's body. Lin Che almost tripped. She quickly held on to the table and winked at him. Why was he here? Why didn't he tell her in advance? She still hadn't recovered from the shock. She felt dizzy when she looked at him. Hey, why does it look like Gu Jingze is looking over here? He's definitely not looking at us. Yeah, he's looking at Lin Che. Of course, Lin Che is so pretty. He really was looking at her, Lin Che thought to herself and blushed. All right, stop talking nonsense. What's so good about him? Just eat. The people at the table all said, how is he not good looking? He's the richest man in country C. It's rare to see him. That's right. You already have Situ Cheong, so you don't care. We haven't seen what a rich man looks like. There was no way to continue this conversation. Forget it, if they want to look, then let them look. She couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, Gu Jingze and the others soon disappeared. Seeing that Gu Jingze had left, although everyone still hadn't recovered from the surprise just now, they were still chatting, but their voices gradually became softer. Just as Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief, he heard his phone ring. She suddenly had a bad feeling and picked up her phone to take a look. As expected, it was from Gu Jingze. It simply said, eat properly and don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Che gloomily replied, who told you to come? You didn't even tell me. Not long after he sent the message, his phone rang again. This time, it was a phone call. Looking at the name on the screen, Lin Che hurriedly smiled at everyone. It's a call from the company. You guys eat first, I'll answer it. After saying that, he ran to the back and saw that there was no one around before he picked up the phone. Boss, what are you doing? Now that you mentioned it, I just remembered that I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry, so I'll tell you right now. He was definitely playing with her on purpose. What was the use of saying it now? You, who exactly is here? Eat. Why are you here when you're eating? Someone invited me to eat and I remembered that you were here too, so I came here. Alright, the big CEO was really casual. Lin Che said, forget it, you eat your food and I'll eat mine. Let's not disturb each other. Okay, eat properly and conserve your energy. Later what? Lin Che raised her guard, feeling that he was up to no good. Later, I'll wait for you upstairs. What? Why are you waiting for me upstairs? Gu Jingze said, room 1088. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Che was stunned for a long time, unable to react. When she understood what he meant, she was completely speechless. Was he going to get a room? Was he crazy? He had a big house at home and came to a hotel instead, but it seemed quite crazy and quite exciting. Lin Che blushed. She couldn't calm down at the thought of Gu Jingze eating upstairs. When she returned to her seat, she was still beaming. The others said, Lin Che, was that a company call just now? Why are you beaming? Lin Che said speechlessly, how am I beaming? Go. Eat your food. Everyone laughed and didn't ask about the celebrities' privacy. They knew that these celebrities had to face their own private affairs while enjoying the glory of the stage. Otherwise, a small matter like a contract termination could blow up and cause an uncontrollable ruckus. Hence, celebrities were very careful when it came to their privacy. As for the production crew, as staff members who knew a lot about the celebrities' privacy, they also had a tradition. That was, they would never reveal the celebrities' undisclosed privacy for no reason. Otherwise, it would be against the rules in the industry. This could be considered an unspoken rule in the industry. After a while, everyone drank a little more and spoke more freely. The director looked at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, your acting is really good. It's much better than Qin Wanwan's. Her temperament is similar to yours and she's pretty too, but her acting is far from yours. Lin Che didn't say much and could only listen quietly. The director said, I wanted to cast you that day, but your company stopped me. Now, we're still fated to work together. It seems like this is fate. Although it's a little complicated, this role is destined to be yours. Lin Che smiled. I'm very honored too. No. Your love for this novel will definitely make you work harder in this television series. We are very confident in you. Thank you, everyone, for your trust in me. As they chatted, it was already late. Lin Che looked at the time, worried that Gu Jingze was waiting too long. She took out her phone and secretly sent a text saying that she would be a little late. Upstairs, Gu Jingze had already finished his meal and came upstairs to wait. He was reading a book and sitting there, looking at the night view below. Not long after, he heard a knock on the door. He smiled and walked over from the other side. However, when he opened the door, his gaze turned cold. The woman in front of him wasn't Lin Che. Gu Jingze looked at Yang Lingxin. You? Yang Lingxin looked at Gu Jingze eagerly. Chapter 521. Gu Jingze was wearing a white shirt. Although it looked casual, it still looked neat on him. Yang Lingxin was watching from outside when she heard Lin Che answer the phone. She knew that the person who called would not be someone else, so she went over. As expected, she heard Lin Che say, "Why are you waiting for me upstairs?" She guessed that Gu Jingze would be here. And it was even easier to find Gu Jingze. She found the Gu family's bodyguard and found Gu Jingze. Then she told the bodyguard that Lin Che had something to tell Gu Jingze. Although the bodyguard did not like her, he knew that she was with Gu Jingze downstairs just now. So, in case Lin Che really had something to tell Gu Jingze, they still let her come over. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "What's the matter with Lin Che?" Yang Lingxin suddenly felt a little shy and nervous. She faced Gu Jingze and looked at him alone. She really felt that she had been longing for such an opportunity. But now that the real Gu Jingze was right in front of her, she was so nervous. Because she liked him too much. She had secretly liked him for so many years. She had always treated him as her idol. She never expected that one day, her idol would appear in front of her. And he was so nice to Lin Che. He was so sweet to her. She lifted her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Mr. Gu, she wanted to come in. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and blocked her with one hand. Yang Lingxin looked at Gu Jingze and gathered her courage. This was her chance. She would not miss such a good opportunity. Behind them was the hotel room. There were only the two of them here. Whether it was her dressing up or makeup, she was completely imitating Lin Che. He liked Lin Che so much, it must be because he liked all of Lin Che's things. She said, "I have something to say to you. Can you let me in?" "What is it?" "Can't I go in?" "Here is fine." "But, it's about Sister Che." She could only lie. "What does Lin Che have?" "Just say it." She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze with teary eyes. The hint was so obvious. She wanted to follow him. Even if it was just to be a lover, a shady one that always hid behind Lin Che's back, it was fine. "Sir, don't you want me? I can do anything. Sis Che can't come up now. She still has to attend to some social engagements. I can wait on Sir here first." As she spoke, she took another 2 steps forward. Gu Jingze sneered at her. "Is this why you followed Lin Che?" "No. Sir, I've liked you since I was young. I've worshipped you. Even though I've never seen you before, I've already fallen in love with you. Sir, I'm willing to do anything for you. I'm very young, even younger than Lin Che. I'm not as delicate as her. You can do anything to me, really, at this time. Xiao Axian, is this why you're following me?" The voice behind her gave Yang Lingxin a jolt. Unknowingly, Lin Che had already appeared behind them. She was just chatting with them, how could she? Yang Lingxin's expression changed. Seeing Lin Che walking over with a straight face, she hurriedly said, I didn't mean it like that, Sis Che," she hurriedly said to Lin Che, "No, it's not because of that, Sis Che. I was wrong. I shouldn't have liked Gu Jingze, but I've always worshipped him. You know that. I only wanted to like him behind his back. I'll do the same in the future. Really, I was confused today. I was drunk, that's why I came over. Sis Che, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lin Che walked over with a cold smile. Seeing that Yang Lingxin was about to walk towards Lin Che, Gu Jingze suddenly stood in front of Lin Che. Lin Che held Gu Jingze's arm and shook his head at him. He raised his head to look at Yang Lingxin. His face was filled with sorrow after being betrayed. "Go, Xiao Axian. Seeing that you were implicated because of me and encountered such a terrible thing, I won't pursue this matter. We're even from now on. Go far away. Don't come any closer to me. No, Sis-che, I don't want to. I won't go. I just want to follow you. I know I was wrong, enough. I don't want to waste another word with you. Get out of my sight right now. Lin Che's voice suddenly turned cold. Yang Lingxin was shocked. After that, she saw Gu Jing's bodyguards walking over from the side. When they took Yang Lingxin away, she was still begging for mercy. Sis-che, I was really wrong. I was wrong. Lin Che didn't turn around. He stood there and closed his eyes slightly. She felt Gu Jing's hand slowly coming over her. Only then did she calmly raise her head. It's okay. I'm fine. Lin Che smiled. Actually, I already felt that there was something wrong with her. However, I didn't want to think of her in such a bad way. That's why I didn't care about her. Today, I just saw it with my own eyes and confirmed my suspicions. Gu Jingzi said, I know. People are fickle. Perhaps she didn't have so many thoughts in the beginning. It's just that she was still young, so she went down the wrong path. Now that you're even, I'll instruct my subordinates not to let her get close to you anymore. Lin Che nodded. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel anything. However, all the sadness and injustice had turned into calmness at this moment. She was pulled into his arms. She leaned against him and quietly rubbed against his body. As she breathed in his scent, her heart slowly became more open. After a while, the two of them walked out together, ready to leave this place together. Gu Jingzi felt that it was a pity. Because of Yang Lingxin, Lin Che said that he didn't want to stay in the hotel anymore. He wanted to eat spicy crayfish. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Gu Jingzi had no choice but to listen to her. The two of them left the hotel together. Where are we going to eat? Lin Che was thinking when he suddenly heard the sound of an electric scooter coming from the opposite side. It was Yang Lingxin. She rode her electric scooter and charged straight at Lin Che's position. The bodyguard in front didn't expect it, but the bodyguard behind him blocked it with all his might. The scooter knocked the bodyguard to the ground. Yang Lingxin's expression was fierce. She fell to the ground along with the scooter and the bodyguard. She raised her head and glared at Lin Che fiercely. These annoying bodyguards. Damn them. Lin Che looked at Yang Lingxin in disbelief. I let you go and didn't want to see you again. I've already let you live. How dare you? Yang Lingxin, I saved you and helped you. I've always wanted to encourage you and groom you so that you can leave your past life. How could your heart be so evil? You betrayed me, slandered me, and now you want to kill me. Chapter 522. Yang Lingxin fell to the ground, her clothes a mess. She glared at Lin Che with hatred in her eyes, as though she wanted to kill Lin Che with her eyes alone. She couldn't stand it. After she was chased out of the hotel, she wanted to go back in, but she was chased out. She thought that they would never let her see Lin Che again, and she would never see Gu Jingzi again. She knew how powerful the bodyguards were, but thinking that she would never see Gu Jingzi again, her heart, Yang Lingxin had thought that as long as she could get into Gu Jingzi's bed, she would be able to go back to those good days. But Lin Che had seen it. She had made mistakes again and again, and she knew that she would never be forgiven by Lin Che. But she really couldn't stand it anymore. She might as well perish together with Lin Che. That was why she had ridden an electric scooter, wanting to kill Lin Che. But she hadn't expected it to work. If she was still rational, she would have known that it wouldn't work. It was just an electric scooter, how could she kill Lin Che so easily? But she had already lost her rationality. She looked at Lin Che. Help me, guide me. She laughed coldly. From the moment you saw me on the bridge, you helped me, but at the same time, you destroyed me. I was just an ordinary person, living in an ordinary house, surrounded by ordinary people, but you let me see how good you are. You're also an ordinary person, you were the same in the beginning, you didn't have anything, can you face it? She stared at Lin Che, her eyes turning agitatedly. You're in a worse state than me. You're just a child of a mistress, an illegitimate child. You're a garbage student, you don't know anything, you're a good-for-nothing woman. But now you've gotten everything so easily, just because you met someone. As for me, I don't have anything. You don't sympathize with me, and you don't want to help me. You just need a follower. You want to show your kindness. When you look at me, you will feel a sense of superiority. You can feel my envy and jealousy. You can feel that I can't compare to you. You just need to compare me with you. Lin Che had never thought of this. She really didn't expect that. She just wanted to help her. She just felt that it was a piece of cake for her to meet her. Moreover, she was also very hardworking and had more potential. That was why she wanted to help her. Yes, a person's fate could be changed just by raising his hand. She was changed by a person, and she also wanted to change the tragic fate here. But why was she twisted to such a state when she wanted to help a person? Lin Che looked at Yang Lingxin, speechless. I've never needed your gratitude, nor do I need your respect. I just want you to be able to work hard and change your own destiny. I can't change your destiny, because you have to rely on yourself to change your own destiny. I met Gu Jingze, but I've been diligently learning everything I know. I don't expect him to protect me for the rest of my life, so I've worked hard, I've never stopped for even a moment. Lin Che laughed as he looked at Yang Lingxin. But you only see my luck. You've never seen my hard work. Lin Che shook his head. Forget it. Even now, I don't want you to see anything of mine. Since that's what you think, then go ahead. I can't stop you. You're someone who betrayed me now. I don't care what you think. Yang Lingxin felt that it was unfair. She sneered. She knew that she had no way out today. Lin Che looked at the dejected Yang Lingxin. It's wrong to sympathize with someone, and it's wrong to help someone. You've made me understand this principle, but I don't want to thank you at all. She waved her hand. She didn't want to care about Yang Lingxin anymore. Gu Jingze could do whatever he wanted with her. In any case, what he owed her had already been settled upstairs. Now that she had come knocking on his door, she couldn't blame anyone else for digging her own grave. Gu Jingze looked at Yang Lingxin and waved his hand to let them do it. Then, he pulled Lin Che into the car. After the car had driven quite a distance, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "Where are we going now?" Lin Che turned around and took a deep breath. To eat spicy crayfish. Again. Of course. I don't want this kind of person to ruin my mood. However, his mood had already been ruined. Forget it. He nodded and asked the chauffeur to drive them to eat. When they entered a small shop that sold spicy crayfish, the shopkeeper was so scared that his legs were about to go limp. Because Lin Che was in a bad mood, he couldn't be bothered. He found a random seat and sat down. The shopkeeper trembled as he took his order. Lin Che ordered the most spicy and numbing crayfish. The shopkeeper quickly made it and sent it over. Looking at the bright red spicy crayfish, Lin Che's appetite was aroused. He picked it up and ate it without hesitation. But Gu Jingze ate a mouthful, he gave up. Lin Che said, "I really didn't think that I would make such a big mistake by helping someone. Maybe she took too big a step. I didn't notice that it's not good for a person to take such a big step, right?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, the human heart is complicated. If you help her, she might not appreciate it. Instead, she might feel jealous that you have the ability to help others. She might even feel that she is inferior to you and that she is looking up to you. However, helping someone is the right thing to do. Really? Is that right? Of course. But when you help someone, don't think about the results. Yeah. Lin Che sighed. Anyway, I only need to have a clear conscience when I help someone. I don't help anyone because I want someone to thank me. If she doesn't want to thank me, then so be it. Next time, I won't help anyone. Anyway, it's fine as long as I have a clear conscience. I'll do my best. If she doesn't appreciate it, then so be it. Gu Jingze smiled and patted her head. Who said that Lin Che was useless? She was such a smart girl. She was optimistic, kind, and would never be defeated by anything. Because of this, she had such good luck. Because luck was the result of one's hard work. It was also the beginning of one's hard work. She had good luck because she was prepared to accept good luck first. Only when she was prepared could she catch the good luck when it came. He smiled. Don't you feel that it's spicy? Lin Che really didn't feel it just now. Now, he felt that his mouth had gone numb. I can't take it anymore. Shopkeeper, hurry up and bring me a sweet drink. My mouth can't take it anymore. The shopkeeper had been waiting at the side. He walked over carefully and brought the drink to Lin Che. He didn't dare to look at Gu Jingze directly. He put it down and sneaked a glance at Lin Che before quickly retracting his gaze. Chapter 523. Lin Che gulped down a bunch of juice, and only then did he feel much better. She looked up at the boss. Your crayfish is too spicy. The boss was shocked. He felt bitter, but he didn't say anything. Miss, you asked for the numbest and spiciest, but now you're blaming me for making it too spicy. He didn't even want to add seasoning, but seeing so many people here, he was afraid that it wasn't spicy enough, so he added more. The boss said, I'll change it for you then. No need, Lin Che said, just get me a plate of vinegar. The boss quickly went to get it. He didn't expect this lady to be so easy to talk to. Lin Che took a deep breath and said, aren't you going to eat some? No, Lin Che said. It's delicious to eat it occasionally. It'll be a pity if you don't eat it. It's okay. I'll eat it after you finish, Gu Jingze said. What are you going to eat after I finish it? Gu Jingze looked at her mouth suggestively. I'll just taste it. It's enough to leave some taste. Noticing Gu Jingze's gaze, Lin Che pouted and said, get lost. I don't want it. Gu Jingze said, what's wrong? I said I'll just taste the seasoning in the bowl. Gu Jingze's eyes twinkled. What? What did you think I was talking about? Gu Jingze said, well, I was disturbed today, so I couldn't do what I wanted to do with you in the hotel. Luckily, there's still time. I'll do it now. He lowered his head and touched her lips lightly across the table. From a shallow taste to a deeper one. She licked his full lips and felt his warmth and heat. All of a sudden, she felt as if her heart was filled with happiness. She couldn't help but take the initiative to follow him. Across the table, their tongues intertwined and slowly tasted his taste. Gu Jingze seemed to be a good medicine that could soothe people's hearts. Playing with him like this, the thorn in her heart seemed to be slowly pulled out. Lin Che thought that perhaps she had done something wrong. She had never thought that someone would love Gu Jingze so much. And these days, young Lingxin was always by Gu Jingze's side. Seeing Gu Jingze living with her, she probably couldn't take it anymore. That was why he suddenly became so crazy. Even Lin Che himself had thought that he could resist Gu Jing's invasion when he first started following Gu Jingze, but in the end, he couldn't resist it at all. Looking at Gu Jingze at such a close distance, she couldn't be more embarrassed. His beauty slowly entered her heart. After eating the spicy crayfish, Lin Che was in a good mood. When he went out with Gu Jingze, he saw that there was no one in the restaurant. The owner was standing there respectfully. Gu Jingze asked the waiter to pay without asking for change. The crayfish tastes pretty good. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Che, who was at the side, meaningfully. Lin Che glared at him and turned away shyly, pretending not to understand. Other than her mouth, he hadn't eaten anything else just now. Of course, the shopkeeper didn't understand. He only looked at the stack of money in surprise and hurriedly thanked him. Please come again next time. Watching Gu Jingze leave with Lin Che, the shop owner was still counting the money. 10,000 yuan, no more, no less. It seemed that he hadn't served these tycoons for nothing tonight. After Lin Che went out, she got into the car and said, "You gave the owner too much money." Gu Jingze said, "I think this crayfish is worth the price." "Of course not." He looked at her red mouth. "It's delicious, although I'm not full. Get lost." Lin Che didn't act like a hooligan anymore. Gu Jingze smiled and waved for the driver to drive. But he really felt that it was worth it. To be able to help Lin Che walk out of the sadness just now, this money was worth it. The next day, Lin Che told Yu Minmin about this. Yu Minmin didn't say anything. Maybe she's still young, so she can't control her heart. Maybe even the lowliest person has their own pride and doesn't want to be redeemed. Or maybe, she's not someone who can get along with us. Sigh, life is like this. If we get along, we get along. If we don't, we become strangers. It's no big deal. Yeah. Lin Che could only sigh as he said this. Yu Minmin went to Lin Che's house with Lin Che to pick out a dress for her. Lin Che didn't know when she had so many clothes. She was surprised when so many servants pushed the dresses in front of her. "Why do you have so many clothes?" Lin Che said, speechless. The servant said, "The butler buys some every season. You can have a look first. If you don't like it, you can let the butler choose." "No need, no need. There are too many clothes. Tell the butler not to buy so many, madam, you're too thrifty. You never wear these. Actually, you can't spend all the money that sir gives you. There's still a lot left. You can go shopping if you're free." Lin Che said, "Forget it. I don't lack anything. You've bought everything for me. I don't need to go shopping. Besides, I'm too busy now. I don't have time to go shopping." Yu Minmin said, "You're so rich, but you're still so thrifty." Lin Che said, "I didn't earn it. What your husband earns is also yours." "Okay, but it's my money. Of course I'll be thrifty. I'll feel bad if I spend too much." Okay. Yu Minmin picked up the dress for her to wear. "We don't expect to win an award on our first time. So, let's do our best on the red carpet and try not to embarrass ourselves." "All right. But, when did I embarrass you?" "Not really, but I didn't stand out too much either." Lin Che was speechless. "Is there a manager like you? I've been on the headlines a few times, okay? Yeah, but I can't deny that there were a lot of troublesome things. You can't deny that from our fight to terminating the contract, it was really full of twists and turns. But the good thing is that we managed to win every time. You can be considered half an A-list movie star now." Annoying. "If you can win the Golden Name Award this time, you'll definitely be an A-list star. but I don't dare to have too high of a hope. After all, the Golden Name Award doesn't just look at fame. Acting skills, influence, and many other factors will affect the award. So, let's not have too high of a hope. I know. You don't have to give me a heads up. It's already a big surprise that I was nominated. How can I expect to be nominated so quickly? Just like that, Lin Che and Yu Minmin picked out their clothes. After that, Yu Minmin returned to Glass Palace. Chapter 524. In Glass Palace. After Gu Jingming came back, he asked the servant, "Madam hasn't come back yet?" "Not yet, Mr. President. It's going to rain outside. Get someone to pick up Madam." "Oh, yes, Mr. President." It was already raining outside. At that moment, Gu Jingming received a call. Yin Suya was with Su Yi, their car was stranded on the road. Gu Jingming hurriedly said, "I'll send someone to pick you up now." The rain outside suddenly became heavier. Gu Jingming looked outside and checked the time. It was already past 9 o'clock, but Yu Minmin hadn't come back yet. After a while, Yin Suya and Su Yi were finally brought back. Yin Suya didn't come to the office of the president often. After all, Glass Palace was Gu Jingming's place. It wouldn't be good for him if she came often and was photographed. She raised her head and looked around. It was an astonishingly large place, incomparably luxurious. Su Yi shouted, "I didn't expect it to suddenly rain." Just now, the club was having a party, and we were still talking about how it's a waste that you can't leave. However, the president is busy, and we understand. He looked around. "Why don't I see the president's wife?" Gu Jingming glared at Su Yi and didn't say anything. Su Yi said, "It's raining so heavily outside and you didn't call anyone to pick her up. You're really not considerate enough. Otherwise, I'll drive over to pick her up. It's not good for a girl like her to be outside alone." Yin Suya looked at Su Yi from the side. The playboy's heart is up again. "We've only met a few times and you're already concerned about her. Don't stop moving when you see a woman, okay?" Gu Jingming's hand subtly stopped moving. "I really care about Min Min. Look at her, she's a girl. Even though she usually acts tough, she's still a girl. Besides, I'm starting to think that she's quite an interesting person. First of all, she's not pretentious at all, and she's especially fierce. She doesn't have the slightest bit of a girl's squeamishness. Not bad at all. Jingming, even though you're too cold and we've always been worried that you wouldn't find a woman, you're lucky this time." Yin Suya's expression changed. "You've changed so fast. You've only met her a few times, and you already have such a good impression of her." Yin Suya said, "To be the president's wife, you still need to be delicate and not too tough. After all, you represent the country's image." Looking at Gu Jingming, Yin Suya said, "Miss, you definitely won't act like this in front of the media. I'm just stating the facts. After all, Jingming is the one looking for a wife. We're just bystanders. Right, Jingming?" Gu Jingming still didn't say anything. He just leaned against the wall and drank his hot coffee. Su Yi said, "Anyway, I think that Min Min is a really good person and very interesting. I like her. Hee hee. Sigh, speaking of which, why isn't she back yet?" Yin Suya couldn't bear to listen anymore. She gripped the sofa cushion beneath her and gritted her teeth. "All right, it's getting late. Mrs. President will be back in a while. It's not good for us to be here. I'll be leaving first." Yin Suya said as she turned around and walked out. "Hey, Suya, why are you leaving at this time? It's raining heavily." Yin Suya didn't seem to hear Su Yi's voice and ran out. Gu Jingming frowned. Without waiting for Su Yi to speak, he followed him out. Simple and elegant. Yin Suya ran out with her head down. The rain fell heavily on the two of them. It was very heavy and very turbulent. It washed over them, drenching them in an instant. Simple and elegant. He grabbed Yin Suya's wrist. Stop fooling around. Come in with me. I'll drive you back. No. Let me go, Jingming. Simple and elegant. She turned around. It was hard to tell if there were tears or rainwater in her eyes. She just looked at Gu Jingming and said, I think I should go far away. Otherwise, when I look at you, look at your current life, and look at the traces of her, I can't help but think, these are all mine. They are all mine. If I didn't choose to continue being a designer, would I be by your side now? Gu Jingming's arm tightened. His tense eyes stared at her. Yin Suya cried and trembled. I regret it. What should I do? Gu Jingming was still standing there, straight as a ramrod, not moving an inch. Yin Suya leaned into his embrace. I regret it, but is it already too late? Isn't that right, Jingming? Yes, if they had gotten married a year earlier, there wouldn't have been such a thing. But he had waited for her for so many years. She still insisted on her career and didn't want to get married. Finally, he met Yu Minmin. And because of this accident, they had no choice but to get married. Suya, it's all in the past. Yin Suya cried even louder. She still didn't want to go. What could she do? Yu Minmin just got out of the car. The helper hurriedly said, Madam. Yu Minmin's footsteps stopped by the roadside. In the rain not far away. Yin Suya leaned into Gu Jingming's embrace. The two of them stood in a stalemate in the rain. It made one's heart turn cold. The helper looked at Yu Minmin in panic. Madam. Don't misunderstand. It's just, but what was it? It was already in front of them. There was no use in saying anything. The helper didn't know how to explain either. Yu Minmin said mildly, all right, let's go. Go in. She changed to another passageway. Holding the umbrella, she entered the door. Su Yi immediately saw Yu Minmin and stood up. Ah, Minmin, you're back. That, Jingming, why are you here? Yu Minmin interrupted his awkwardness. It's raining heavily. A few days ago, I heard from Mr. President that it's the rainy season again. We don't know how to solve the problem of waterlogging, but it started raining today. Seeing that Yu Minmin didn't seem to notice, Sui pursed his lips and looked at Yu Minmin meaningfully. Yeah, it's raining heavily. Come to Big Brother. Big Brother will give you a present. Go, who's Big Brother? I'm older than you, right? You're older than me, but Mr. President is older than you. I'm Mr. President's wife. You should follow his seniority and call me sister-in-law, right? Come and call me sister-in-law. Go, you're taking advantage of this. Come here. Aren't you running a studio? I'll give you a good resource. Really? Yu Minmin hurriedly went over as soon as he heard that there were good resources to get. Sui said, look at you. Let your husband do it. You can shoot whatever film you want. Is there a need to be such a bootlicker? What do you know? I'm self-sufficient and independent. If I don't rely on someone, don't get hot. Besides, why rely on a man? Men are always the most unreliable. Just look at my dad. Women still have to rely on themselves, understand? Chapter 525. Luckily, Luli Palace was very big. Yu Minmin took Su Yi to talk about the investment of the studio and did not care about the two people outside. At midnight, Yu Minmin went out to pour water. After the servants left, Glass Palace became extremely spacious at night. As soon as Yu Minmin came out, he was stunned. He could see Gu Jingming leaning against the wall and pouring water for himself. She did not expect to see him at this time. Although she pretended not to see Gu Jingming and Yin Suya hugging, she still saw it. It was a little awkward. She wanted to pretend not to see it again and quickly leave the kitchen. Just when she turned around, she heard a bang behind her. The water bottle fell on the floor. Gu Jingming, what happened to you? Yu Minmin saw that Gu Jingming also fell to the floor. Yu Minmin ran over and helped Gu Jingming up. He had a fever and his body was very hot. She did not know how she dragged him into the room. But when she put him on the bed, she realized that she was already sweating. Then she remembered that she had to call the doctor. She picked up the phone and was about to make the call. Her hand was pulled up by Gu Jingming, who had woken up. No need. He opened his eyes slowly. Don't make a sound. There is medicine in the cabinet. Yu Minmin looked at his misty eyes, which looked like black pearls that had just been infused with mist. Just by looking at them, one would feel that they were so beautiful. She was stunned for a moment and quickly opened the cabinet. He saw that there were some miscellaneous medicines inside. But was it really okay to give these medicine to Mr. President? What if he got sick from it? That would be a coup, that would be an assassination. She thought about it for a moment, then quickly picked up the medicine and found some antipyretics for him. Then she took out a rapid ear thermometer and tested his temperature. It was 39 degrees Celsius. Let me give you antipyretics first. You probably got wet in the rain. Sigh, you are too careless. After getting wet in the rain, you should take a bath first to get rid of the cold. Gu Jingming closed his eyes again. She did not know if he had fallen asleep. After giving him antipyretics, she changed the quilt for him. She thought about it and did not dare to go out. He was probably afraid that if he caught a cold, the situation would become chaotic again, so he did not call for a doctor. Yes, being the president was very glamorous, but it was also very restrictive. A small matter had turned into a big deal. One could tell just by looking at the nutritious meals he ate every day. Although he stood above the masses and held the power of a nation, he couldn't even choose what he wanted to eat. Not to mention, it was the person he loved. Gu Jingming must have fallen asleep. She leaned to one side and looked at his perfect face. It was unknown how much wind and frost this face had experienced, so although it looked very calm, it was full of maturity. His eyes were large, with long lashes, so dark and beautiful, spread under them. She said, "You love Miss Yin, but you can only marry me. You must be very sad. But who told you to choose this path? Since you chose power, you have to give up women. Although I'm not good at anything, I'll be your wife." Really? Of course. I promise that when you don't need me, I'll leave immediately. I won't be a burden to you. Just then, Yu Minmin's phone rang. She quickly picked up the phone. Not wanting to disturb Gu Jingming's rest, she rushed out to answer the call. She was so busy that she didn't pay attention to her feet. Ah! She tripped over something. Just when she thought she was going to fall, a hand grabbed her arm. Yu Minmin fell onto the soft bed behind her as she was pulled by him. She opened her eyes and looked up. Gu Jingming's face was right in front of her. He was only wearing the clothes on his lower body, and his upper body was naked. After the fever, he took the medicine and soon, he was sweating profusely. The sweat rubbed against her body, but it didn't feel slippery. Instead, it made her feel very safe. Even in this state, he still didn't look sloppy. Instead, he looked wild and manly. It seemed that men could really save everything with their looks. He looked at Yu Minmin, who was under him. Yu Minmin was stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly remembered. She almost fell down, but he pulled her over, preventing her from falling. Then, wasn't he asleep? How could he get up in time to pull her up? Did it mean that he wasn't asleep just now? But if he wasn't asleep, Yu Minmin's eyes widened. Then what she said just now, Yu Minmin's face turned even redder. Gu Jingming, I was actually saying, but she didn't wait for her to finish. In his drowsy state, he couldn't control his body anymore. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to tear off all the clothes on her body, and then use his instincts to bite her and torture her. Facing her chest, he kissed her indiscriminately. She could only hold his head, trying to hold him down, but he had already torn off her clothes. Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming, what are you doing? She really couldn't be bothered with him. She didn't want to be touched by him. Because what she saw at night made her feel that it was better not to touch him. He had someone else in his heart, but he touched her. This was not good. But he didn't listen to her. Although he had a cold, she didn't know where he came from, but at this moment, he directly tore off her clothes. The next day, when Yu Minmin woke up, she saw that the servants were already tidying up the room. Good morning, madam. Madam, you're awake. Sir has prepared breakfast. Yu Minmin said, yes, where's Mr. President? He has already gone to see the cabinet minister. Okay, Mr. President has instructed me to give you some nourishing soup. He said that you're weak, so you should take more nourishment. Yu Minmin blushed. Weak? She had fainted last night and was tormented by him. But she didn't think that there would be anyone who didn't faint after being tormented by him. No woman could bear it. The servant smiled and said, it seems that Mr. President is still very concerned about you. Yu Minmin didn't say anything. She picked up the bowl and took a big gulp. Seeing that she had finished the bowl, the servant quickly went to pour another cup. When Yu Minmin first came, she had to learn everything and go to class every day. Although everyone knew that she was the president's wife and respected her, they still didn't like her in their hearts. But now they felt that she was actually very good, and that Mr. President was being a little too unfair to her. If it were anyone else, they would have flown into a rage after what had happened yesterday. The servants were prepared for Yu Minmin to lose her temper at night, but she didn't. Instead, she was as calm as water and was still polite and kind to everyone. This made the servants have an even better impression of her for a while. Chapter 526. Yu Minmin didn't know if Gu Jingming's cold had recovered. She was a little worried that he would go to work like this. However, a call from home brought Yu Minmin back to reality. Her mother said that her father had invited a few of the Yu family's relatives as guests. Yu Minmin was speechless. Her father was getting more and more troublesome. Those relatives hadn't contacted them for a long time because of her father's gambling habits. Why did they suddenly come this time? Yu Minmin said, what treat? The house belongs to Mr. President, not us. Why did he invite them? Her mother said, that's what I said. But it's rare for your father to have such an honor. I don't want to spoil his mood. If he hadn't been good at gambling, he would still have been a primary school teacher. He would still have gambled away everything. Now he was thinking about the issue of honor. He had rejected such a prestigious position in the past. Yu Minmin hurried home. At home, the people who came were her aunts, second aunts, and youngest uncle. Every family had brought their own children. Yu Minmin's car stopped by the roadside. It was very lively inside. Some children were about to lift the roof off the house. Yu Minmin felt a headache. She didn't know if she had caught a cold from Mr. President. Before she went in, the people inside came out to welcome her. Mrs. President is here. Come in, come in. Let us take a look. Hey, are those the president's security guards following you? They look very powerful. They saw the car behind and the president's bodyguards. What kind of car is that? It looks so high-end. Tisk tsk, Mrs. President's things are really different. Min could only say, eldest aunt, youngest uncle, hello. Okay. We know that your father is living in a big villa thanks to you. We all came to take a look. This villa is really different. The upper 2 floors are so big. There's also a basement below. It's a 3-story house and the yard is so big. It must cost a few million. Min was too lazy to talk. Her aunt's daughter said, what do you mean by a few million? You don't know the market. In B City, ordinary houses in this area are already worth a few million. This place is at least tens of millions, okay? It's so expensive. Mr. President is too generous. I'll give this house to you. Min wanted to ask since when did this place become a gift to them? He was clearly just here to stay. Perhaps Papa Yu did not boast in such detail when he was bragging. He purposely let others misunderstand. Seeing that Min's face darkened, Papa Yu hurriedly pulled her in from the back. Quick, Min, come in. What are you waiting for? Papa Yu pulled her into the room and whispered, Min, it's not easy for us to have such an honor, and it's all because of you. If you say that this house is for us to stay in temporarily, you'll lose face. The truth was the truth. There was no need to care about face. However, before they could say anything, everyone in the room had already changed the topic. It was too noisy to say anything. After eating, everyone sat down together, and it became much quieter. Eldest aunt looked at the long table. The villa is really big. Even the table is so big that it can fit so many of us. Papa Yu said, that's right. It's even big enough to hold a banquet, let alone the few of you. Youngest aunt said from behind, all right, second brother, stop bragging. If it wasn't for our Min, would you be able to live in such a big house? I used to think that our Min was promising. Oh yeah, Min, your sister is only 22 years old and she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Do you know any good people around you? Introduce them to your sister. We're all family, right? It's good that we're close. Min sat there, calm and composed. I don't know any suitable people. If I do, I'll help you keep an eye out. However, I really don't have anyone to introduce to you now. Youngest aunt's expression darkened when she heard this. Why did I hear that the president has a few good friends around him? What are their names? At the side, youngest aunt's daughter said excitedly, one is Fang Zhongmo and the other is Su Yi. Their family backgrounds are very good and they're very handsome. She had done her research. Hence, she looked at Min resentfully. There were obviously so many good men who were so close to the president. Min must have known them, but she actually said that she didn't. Was she deliberately not going to introduce them to them? Min laughed coldly in her heart. She had already asked around. Unfortunately, did they think that Su Yi and Fang Zhongmo would fall for anyone? They weren't ordinary people. How could they fall for this girl from youngest aunt's family? Su Yi had a lot of beautiful models around him. He was a famous playboy. Fang Zhongmo was the same as Gu Jingming. He didn't have any scandals at all. It seemed like he wasn't interested in women either. Actually, it was unknown whether he was like Gu Jingming and already had someone in his heart. Their thinking was very simple. Min said, I'm not familiar with them. Moreover, if they want to know girls, they'll do it themselves. If they don't want to get married, it's useless for me to introduce them to girls. When youngest aunt heard this, her expression changed even more. She harumphed and looked at Minmin. Minmin, we watched you grow up. We're relatives. Your father is my biological brother, so you're no different from my biological daughter. Why are you like this? Isn't this your biological sister? If you're amazing, wouldn't it be better to bring your sister along? Why are you so selfish? Selfish. This was called selfish. Minmin said, you'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Even if they were to find someone, they wouldn't listen to my arrangements and marry your daughter. You. What do you mean? Are you saying that our family isn't good enough for them? Minmin smiled at her. I didn't say that. But that was what she meant. Everyone who was sitting there could hear it. Youngest aunt became even more furious. She said, "Io, this is amazing. You're starting to put on airs. Isn't it just asking for a favor? You're not even willing to do this. You can't even do such a small thing. I really don't know what's so good about being the president's wife." Minmin's expression hardened. She slowly stood up from her seat. I'm the president's wife, and it's not for you, youngest aunt. I can handle such a small matter, but I don't want to do it. What's wrong? What do you want to say, youngest aunt? The moment Minmin spoke, the atmosphere at the dining table became stagnant. They had forgotten that she was now the president's wife. Even in the past, she wasn't someone who would let others bully her, much less now. In the past, they could still look down on her, but now, there was no use in looking down on her, because she was the proper president's wife. Youngest aunt was shocked. At first, she didn't feel that she was the president's wife. Although it was true, she hadn't gotten used to it, and everything seemed unreal. Now, she truly felt. Chapter 527. Minmin was the president's wife standing there. Although they were angry that she didn't help, what could they do? They didn't dare to say anything bad. Eldest aunt quickly pulled youngest aunt down. All right. We're eating together. Seriously, it was just a joke. Why are you so serious? Youngest aunt looked at her. Her courage had long been stuffed back into her stomach. She didn't dare to say anything else and lowered her head to eat. Mama Yu even said to her, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to be like this? After all, they're relatives. Minmin said, this time, I agreed to go on a blind date. Tomorrow, they might all want to become officials. Next, will I usurp power and make them the president? Mama Yu choked. Thinking about it, it made sense. They were too insatiable. If they didn't stop it this time, it would only get worse in the future. Fortunately, Minmin was the president's wife and had a high status. They wanted to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only swallow their anger. After Minmin went back, she was sick. She said that she had a cold. Lin Che could only attend the Golden Name Awards alone. Only then did she realize that she really needed a personal assistant. This week, the Golden Name Awards would probably be the talk of the town. Because Lin Che had just gone through the crisis of terminating her contract, she was the one who received the most attention. Before she arrived, the reporters were already crowding outside. After asking the security guard outside, how many people could it be that Lin Che was coming? The security guard said, all right. Why are you all asking Lin Che? I don't know either. The more popular ones are usually at the end. She's so popular now, so she should be at the end. Shouldn't you all know better than me? Just as the security guard was getting annoyed, he pointed inside and said, hey, Lin Che isn't here. Her opponent is here. Rival, Qin Wanwan. Everyone turned their heads. Sure enough, Qin Wanwan was here. This was the first time Qin Wanwan appeared after Lin Che turned the situation around. Although she stayed in the company and seemed to have won against Lin Che, there was actually nothing left. Because Lin Che's subsequent news was even more shocking. Everyone felt that Lin Che wasn't the loser, but the final winner. However, at this time, Qin Wanwan, who everyone thought wouldn't come out for a long time, actually showed up at the Golden Name Awards. She didn't seem to have been nominated. Back then, when Lin Che was suddenly nominated, everyone laughed at her for a long time. She actually dared to be so generous now. Furthermore, when she got out of the car and walked on the red carpet, everyone was shocked. What she's wearing is... Qin Wanwan's long legs strode down, and the slit in her black dress extended all the way up. Moreover, it wasn't from the side, but from the middle. She gently moved her legs to the side. The root of her thigh was almost revealed in front of her eyes. The pants inside were no different from underwear. It gave people a feeling that if they moved slightly, the hidden area in the middle would be exposed. However, it wasn't actually exposed. It was just faintly discernible. It tugged at people's heartstrings, making them gasp in surprise. Isn't this too erotic? The reporters were stunned and started furiously snapping photos of Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan's really going all out this time. She's actually wearing something so revealing. All the cameras were focused on Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan also openly faced the cameras and revealed the most special part of this dress. Although there were many celebrities in front who thought of all sorts of ways to fight for tomorrow's headlines, there were quite a few who exposed their breasts and backs, but to directly reveal herself like this, there really wasn't any. In an instant, Qin Wanwan was miles ahead of those bare-chested girls. Those people in front were probably cursing in their hearts. Qin Wanwan merely smiled and maintained her usual expression when facing the media. The reporters looked at Qin Wanwan and asked, "Qin Wanwan, Lin Che isn't here yet. Is that so? I didn't know. Qin Wanwan, now that you're in Lingdong, aren't you the number one sister?" There's no such thing as number one sister. There are many seniors in Lingdong. I'm just a junior, so how could I dare to call myself the number one sister? Qin Wanwan looked at the reporters and smiled shyly, but her dress was very provocative. Qin Wanwan knew everyone was waiting to see her in action. This time, Lin Che would definitely be in the limelight. Everyone thought she, Qin Wanwan, wouldn't dare to come at all. However, she had come. Not only did she come, but she also came in the limelight. Even if she didn't get nominated, she still wanted to fight for tomorrow's headlines. She wanted Lin Che to think that he had won and that he had already stepped on her. She, Qin Wanwan, wasn't that easy to defeat. As for Lin Che, outside, she first met Song Shuhai, who used to be in the same company. The two of them were from the same production team, so they met up together. Song Shuhai was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress, so she would probably get it. After all, her popularity wasn't as high as hers. She didn't care about these awards anymore. She looked at Lin Che and said, "You don't know, but after you left, Qin Wanwan has been acting like a tyrant in the company." Lin Che said, "Is that so? But it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I've done my best for the company." Everyone could have parted on good terms, but who knew it would become so big in the end? Song Shuhai said, "Yeah, the company was really unkind this time. They probably just wanted you to be below Qin Wanwan and let her be the number one sister. You might not know this, but Qin Wanwan's subordinate is a director of Orange Group." "Huh? A director of the main group?" "Yeah. Otherwise, why do you think President Chen and President Liu would give her so much face?" "So that's how it is." Lin Che thought about it and found it funny. Song Shuhai said, they didn't think about it. If you didn't have the confidence, how could you have gotten rid of Xie and Xiaoyuan? It's just that they think that the director of Orange Group is definitely more powerful than the people you know. That's why they're so supportive of Qin Wanwan. Sigh, we're old now. They think that you can't get rid of Xie and Xiaoyuan because you're past us. However, Song Shuhai didn't think so at all. Song Shuhai had always been very insightful. She felt that there must be some amazing people behind Lin Che. This person was much more powerful than they thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the whole situation and make Lin Che look like he was at a disadvantage, but he would always be able to turn the tables without batting an eyelid. How could an ordinary person be able to control this? Let's go. It's almost your turn. You'll definitely have to walk the red carpet alone for the best female lead. Go. Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. Then, Sister Shuhai, I'll see you later. Chapter 528. Before Lin Che could get there, he heard someone say, Qin Wanwan actually came. Not only did she come, but she's dressed especially seductively. Didn't you see her? She's especially sexy with her long legs and slender waist. She's so attractive. No way. Great, I'll go take a look too. Sure enough, Lin Che saw Qin Wanwan from afar. When he noticed her clothes, he was stupefied. Seriously, awesome. Alright, she wouldn't be able to do that no matter what. Lin Che was still thinking. He looked down at his revealing clothes and thought for a moment before saying to his assistant, go get that silver dress from the back. The assistant was a little surprised. Ah, that spare one. But that one. That one wasn't as revealing as this one. Everyone was a little anxious when they saw Qin Wanwan wearing that kind of dress. They were worried that her dress wouldn't do. It would definitely be a cut below Qin Wanwan's. But now, she didn't want this dress and wanted that conservative one. Just go, Lin Che said. Since we can't beat her, why not keep a low profile? The assistant could only go get it. After a while, the dress was done. The assistant came over to look for Qin Wanwan and mentioned her. Lin Che was a little worried that he would be walking such an important red carpet alone in the midst of the storm. However, the moment she stepped onto the red carpet under the lights, everything suddenly became clear. Quick, look, Lin Che is here. Yeah, Lin Che's dress looks very conservative. Qin Wanwan's dress is so revealing, but he's still dressed so conservatively. But I bet he didn't expect Qin Wanwan to come. Everyone looked at Lin Che and noticed that although her clothes looked very ordinary, they were sparkling like stars when she walked. The silver-gray gradient light reflected off her clothes as she walked, making her look as beautiful as the stars. The upper part of her waist was exposed. When she walked, she could vaguely see the scenery of her waist. Her waist was slender and did not have any excess fat. You could also see the subtle waist and abdominal muscles. It looked very tough. One look and you could tell that she had worked out. A reporter in the back said, I didn't expect Lin Che to be so low-key. He didn't even want to compete with Qin Wanwan. Look at Qin Wanwan. She even got a battle robe and purposefully stole the limelight. Yeah, and look, Lin Che seems to be a little different. What are you talking about, plastic surgery? No, your face hasn't changed much, but your body has become stronger. It looks like you've been working out. You look more elegant too. It's true. She has a bit of an international demeanor now. She looks like those foreign celebrities. She looks healthier. The more everyone watched, the more they felt that Lin Che looked different this time. When the studio opened, she only showed up at the door once. She looked okay, but because she was in a hurry, she didn't have much time to interview her. She was dressed too simply. Today's outfit was very suitable for her figure. Generally, people would look fat in this outfit with such a color. However, this outfit not only didn't make her look fat, but also made her look taller. It seemed like her figure was really good. Although Lin Che wasn't as eye-catching as Qin Wanwan on the red carpet, she was still a nominee for Best Actress. It was her first time being nominated and she was such a young celebrity. Hence, when she reached the middle of the red carpet, there was a loud round of applause. The reporters and media around her were much more solemn than the others. The big screen kept replaying Lin Che's introduction and achievements. There were also clips of Lin Che's past shoots and some statistics. It made Lin Che look a lot better. When she came down from the red carpet, she saw some celebrities she knew coming over to greet her. "Did you work out, Lin Che? Your small waist has become even more impressive." "Yeah, I worked out a little." "You really want to force us to our deaths." The audience now is the same. At first, they all liked a willowy figure, curved and soft. But now, waistline is suddenly popular. It's so hard to train. Looking at Lin Che's beautiful figure, everyone was very envious. They thought that Lin Che was following the trend and had developed waistline so quickly. Everyone was sincerely impressed. However, they didn't know that Lin Che didn't want to cater to anyone at all. He just happened to be dancing ballet, fencing, and riding horses at that time. Later, he felt that it would be good if he learned those skills and practiced them well. Hence, he didn't abandon them and still practiced them occasionally. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. At this moment, Qin Wanwan walked over. Everyone knew about the recent conflict between the two of them. They immediately looked at the two of them with the attitude of watching a good show. Qin Wanwan walked over and thought to herself, "This Lin Che is really scheming. He even acts as if I don't know anything." I quietly changed my image and started to train my waistline. I became a sports girl and contacted Situ Cheong at the same time. I didn't know about this when I was in the company, but I fell into her trap. Perhaps he had disappeared for a month to plan these things. She was retreating in order to advance, loosening the reins only to grasp better. Qin Wanwan glanced at Lin Che and smiled. "Lin Che, long time no see. Why don't you have that protective little assistant by your side?" Knowing that she was talking about Yang Lingxin, Lin Che didn't say anything. "I have to give others a chance to gain experience," Qin Wanwan said. "Oh yeah, I hope that our company's problems won't be blamed on the two of us. People will think that we don't get along. Actually, it's just a problem of the company's position. I hope that this won't affect our friendship." Sure. Lin Che smiled. He didn't want to say more, but Qin Wanwan kept teasing him. She even moved her hair coquettishly, showing off the openness of her clothes. She said that they didn't get along, but she was actually provoking him. She wanted to show off the uniqueness of her clothes and say that tomorrow's headlines would definitely be hers. "Oh right, Lin Che, you've been nominated today. Actually, I'm just here to sing a song and be a guest singer. I didn't expect these reporters to keep taking pictures of me. I should have told them not to wear such revealing clothes. They should be like you and wear a simple and pure outfit. Or maybe they should have been more careful." Lin Che sneered. He really didn't want to see her hypocritical and boastful face anymore. However, at this moment, suddenly, someone walked over. "Miss Lin Che, please take a seat. This is a chair that our young master brought for you. He said that it would be uncomfortable for you to stand here in high heels." Lin Che was stunned. When he turned around, he saw an unfamiliar face. Chapter 529. Seeing Lin Che turn her head, the young man smiled and waved. Lin Che suddenly remembered. Isn't that the person who went to the concert in France? I didn't expect to meet him here again. Another artist immediately said, Hey, isn't that young Master Su? I think so. He even specially asked someone to bring a chair for Lin Che. He's so considerate. Don't tell me he likes Lin Che. Lin Che smiled awkwardly and thanked the person who brought the chair. However, before she could calm down, another person came to deliver something. Miss Lin, this is water from our Mr. Chin. He sees that you're tired, take a break and drink some hot water. There are straws and fruit platters here. Do you want to sit down and eat? Who is this Mr. Chin? She turned her head and saw a man in his 30s who was completely different from the previous one. He had a mustache and was smiling and waving at her. Lin Che could only continue to smile awkwardly and nod. Hey, Miss Lin, this is incense from our Mr. Zhang. There are so many people here and the smell is strong. When you rest, put it aside and it will be much more comfortable. These rich airs. Lin Che seemed to understand why Lu Chuxia cared so much about that banquet. It seemed that after becoming the #1 socialite, she really had a lot of fans. Moreover, these rich airs would only become crazier when they chased after their stars. There was probably a bit of competition in them. Seeing one give her a gift, another would immediately come to give her a gift. Lu Chuxia enjoyed having so many men at her beck and call. That was probably why she had always been so arrogant. However, Lin Che didn't want to become a tool for others to fight over. She felt a little awkward here and didn't know how to respond. The female stars who didn't know the truth were suddenly envious. Look, that's the young master of Yong and Trading Company. That's the heir of Diaming International. Hey, why are they all so attentive to Lin Che? Yeah, does Lin Che have some kind of charm that makes these men flock to him like ducks? Who knows? Anyway, I'm so envious. Everyone was looking at Lin Che. She was being treated like a princess by the others. For a moment, no one noticed Qin Wanwan's jealous and resentful gaze on Lin Che. In the next second, Qin Wanwan joked, I didn't expect you to know so many high officials and nobles, Lin Che. It looks like this award today belongs to you. Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan. How could that be? I actually didn't know them before. It's probably because of the termination of my contract that I've been making a lot of appearances, so I've made a name for myself. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for your help. No matter what, you played a part in this. Qin Wanwan's expression changed. After a while, she smiled and said, Is that so? When you become the best female lead tonight, you'll be the best actress. No one will compare you to me then. Actually, I'm not as good as you. No matter what, I can't get to know so many high officials and nobles. Lin Che, you're the best. Everyone also felt that Lin Che was definitely going to win the award tonight. No wonder he could make it to the finals. It turned out that he had these people supporting him from behind. He had thought that this award would be fair, but it didn't seem like it was the case. Lin Che didn't care about anything else. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw that Gu Jingyu had finally arrived. After he entered, he walked over to Lin Che with a smile. Hey, why are you here? Where else would I be if I'm not here? You're one of the nominees, but you're not inside. Instead, you're standing here. Aw. I don't know. It turned out that Lin Che was sitting in the wrong place. Gu Jingyu said, Look at how stupid you are. The nominees are in front, so it's convenient for them to go on stage at any time. Why are you standing at the back? The nominees are all waiting to go on stage at the back. Oh, Okay. It's not my first time participating, so I don't understand. Let's go. Follow me, Gu Jingyu said as he pulled Lin Che outside. Qin Wanwan obviously heard what Gu Jingyu said. For some reason, Qin Wanwan felt that Gu Jingyu said it on purpose for her to hear. As expected, Lin Che sat among the talented actors who had made it to the final round. He was surrounded by big shots, and they were all the hottest stars of the day. Qin Wanwan could only stand there and watch. It wasn't easy to get someone to invite her to be a guest, but this guest was so depressing. Lin Che was inside. He turned to look at Qin Wanwan and snickered at Gu Jingyu. Seriously, you were so explicit just now. You're infuriating me to death. Gu Jingyu said, you don't have to be polite to someone like him. Fine. Gu Jingyu said, but you're really something. How did you end up with Situ Cheong and become his disciple? Isn't it because of that fencing competition? Alright, let's not talk about it. It makes me depressed. We're just friends. He did that to help me. Gu Jingyu smiled and looked ahead. He, who had won countless awards, didn't care about them. The moment the awards ceremony started, Weibo and all the major media outlets started broadcasting it live. The awards hadn't been announced yet, but photos of the red carpet had already been released. As expected, everyone was amazed by Qin Wanwan. They felt that they hadn't noticed how long her legs were. However, they felt that Lin Che wasn't bad either. He was generous and had the demeanor of a big shot. He was becoming more and more international. Finally, the awards were broadcasted live again. One award after another, Captive Fairy received recognition from many parties and won many awards. However, soon, it was time for the Best Female Lead Award. Out of the 4 nominees, 2 were based on realistic themes, 1 was an artistic film, and only 1 was a commercial film. Lin Che closed his eyes and heard the person on stage say, "The winner is Liu Yao." He was a big name in the movie industry and he was the main lead in a blockbuster based on realistic themes. Lin Che took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that he wasn't in a bad mood because he didn't win the award. Instead, he calmly thought that not winning the award was within his expectations. Gu Jingyu also said, "Alright, it's not easy to win big awards for commercial films. This time, we only won the Music Award, the Graphics Award, and the other good awards like the Director Award and Screenplay Award." Lin Che turned to look at Gu Jingyu. "Alright, I don't think that way. I think I've matured a lot. I've been involved in a lot of scandals recently, so they'll definitely consider these factors. They won't give me the award this time so that the entertainment industry won't continue to revolve around me. Also, the awards are judged by the judges, so the judges have their own subjective factors. For example, Little Lee, he had the ability to win the award a long time ago, but they never gave it to him. One reason is because he's unlucky, and the other reason is that everyone has higher expectations of him, right?" Chapter 530. Alright, looks like I worried too much. You've matured a lot. Lin Che smiled. Of course. Everyone looked at Lin Che. Although she didn't win an award, she still paid a lot of attention to her. Especially after the ceremony ended, the reporters came to ask her what she thought about not winning an award. Lin Che generously said, "I tried my best, so it's not important whether I won or not. Since the organizing committee didn't give me this award, it means I'm still lacking. I'll continue to work hard in the future. After all, this is my first movie. Having such a good script and such a good box office show that my colleagues and I did our best." Everyone asked, "Then are you surprised that Qin Wanwan came to the award ceremony today?" Award ceremonies are meant to invite celebrities to attend, so it's not surprising to see anyone here. Her performance was very generous and did not feel forced at all. Her fans consoled her online that she did not win the award, but they saw Lin Che's maturity. Baby Che's performance was very good. She could play around freely on the show, and in a formal occasion like the award ceremony, she was such a goddess and did not feel awkward at all. She really had a high EQ. Lin Che got into the car and scanned the internet. He saw that the comments online were very good, especially the fact that she didn't fight for the headlines with Qin Wanwan. People also pointed out that Lin Che was the one who was nominated and who was Qin Wanwan. She went to sing but still freeloaded on the red carpet. How shameless. Lin Che smiled. Although Qin Wanwan freeloaded on the red carpet this time, she also received a lot of scolding. Great, the netizens started scolding her and said that she also gained a group of anti-fans. Lin Che went to Gu Jingze's company first and went back with Gu Jingze, who was still working. After Gu Jingze got into the car, he looked at the exhausted Lin Che in the back seat and asked, "What? Are you disappointed that you didn't win?" Lin Che said, "I'm not disappointed. I just feel a little tired. I know that many people only win awards after running with someone for a while. This is my first year running with someone." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "Do you want to go home or go out for a walk first?" Lin Che thought about it and said, "Then. I don't want to go home. Let's drive." Gu Jingze said, "Okay." He asked the chauffeur to get out of the car first, and he drove the car with Lin Che. The two of them drove out at night. Gu Jingze asked her if there was any place she wanted to go. Lin Che shook her head. Looking outside, they were about to reach the suburbs. She said, "Why don't we go to the nearby town for a walk? So late." "That's right. Let's also go on a trip when we want to, isn't that good? A trip that you can just leave like that." "All right." Gu Jingze shook his head. "Let's go. We'll drive wherever we go." Such a casual life was actually quite interesting. After driving for 3 hours, they finally arrived at a nearby town in the wee hours of the morning. This place was close to Be City, and its economy was not bad. However, it was a small city after all, and there were not many people. The feeling of a vast land with few people was still very novel. It was already past midnight. Lin Che yawned and looked around curiously. "This place is really not bad. Let's find a hotel and sleep first. We'll come out tomorrow." Gu Jingze nodded. Because it was a small city, Lin Che didn't need to cover herself too much, and no one would recognize her. Although people would look at her and think that she was pretty, they wouldn't expect such a popular star to come to a small city for no reason. This was the kind of place where no star would come for many years. Occasionally, there would be a commercial performance in a shopping mall, and people would be surprised if a C-list star came. So Lin Che only wore a mask, and she was already very relieved. When they arrived at the hotel, Lin Che wanted to use her identity card to get a room, but Gu Jingze stopped her. "I'll get a room." Lin Che was stunned. She remembered that if they saw Lin Che's name on her identity card, they might recognize her. However, people in small cities usually didn't look at newcomers in the economy. Although they might know Gu Jingze, they probably wouldn't think that way when they saw the name on the identity card. Gu Jingze quickly went in and got a room. The hotel wasn't big, and the receptionist was very angry when she saw someone getting a room in the middle of the night. When she looked up and saw how handsome the person was, her eyes immediately lit up. "Do you want to live alone or with 2 people?" "2 people. That requires 2 identity cards. Can I not?" Gu Jingze looked at her. Under his intense gaze, the girl immediately gave in. She blushed and said with a smile, okay, I'll get a room for you." He nodded. "Thank you." Do you want a king-sized room or a standard room? A suite. Ah, a suite costs 880 yuan. Okay. The staff was even more surprised. Suites were usually used by people on business trips or government officials because it was too expensive. In a small city, a standard room only cost 2 beds, and a suite cost 800 yuan. It wasn't worth it. She didn't understand why they wanted to get a suite, so she looked at him and got a room. Then, he put his arm around Lin Che and they went in. Lin Che lowered her head. That feeling was secretive and ambiguous. The girl at the front desk looked at them, and her imagination ran wild. Such a handsome man was getting a room with a woman in his arms. Could it be a secret affair? After Lin Che entered the elevator, she covered her mouth and started laughing. She had seen the whole process just now, and she immediately saw that Gu Jingze was looking at her. She said, "Really, good looks make you popular everywhere. Of course the staff couldn't stand you looking at her like that. She must have agreed to whatever you said." "What are you talking about?" "Just now, she didn't want to give you an identity card. You stared at her so intently that she blushed. She must have agreed to whatever you said." "When did I stare at someone so intently?" "Didn't you just now?" "I was thinking about what I should do if she didn't agree to it." Okay, the girl misunderstood. But no matter what, the two of them went to the suite upstairs. The 3-star shop here was naturally not as luxurious as the Gu family's 7-star hotel, and the decorations were a little old. It wasn't very clean, and there was a smell in the room. After Lin Che came in, she looked at Gu Jingze worriedly, thinking that he wouldn't be used to it. "What should we do? This place smells a little." Gu Jingze looked around and said, "Let's open the windows and let some air in. If you're not used to it, we can find another place. Maybe there's a better place." "Forget it. It's late. You should rest. Besides, it's okay to stay here occasionally." He lifted the quilt. Chapter 531. Lin Che sat on it. Thinking of the girl just now, he laughed and said, "But it was really funny just now." "What are you laughing at?" "She must have misunderstood us just now." "Misunderstood? Ha, you didn't want me to use my ID and even hugged me when we came in hiding. They must have thought that we were having an affair." Lin Che lay down and flipped around on the bed. "So it must have felt weird when they looked at us." Gu Jingze's eyes moved as he looked at Lin Che, who had fallen down. "You're really..." He leaned over and pinned Lin Che down. But now that she reminded him, he also felt that it was very similar. He kissed her forehead. "If that's the case, we have to hurry up. Hurry up. What do you think?" He kissed her, bit by bit on her cheeks. His voice was as gentle as water. "You have to seize the moment to enjoy yourself. You're so annoying. You really came." Lin Che pushed him away. But even though she said that, he still pushed her down and kissed her. The two of them hugged each other very quickly. But when they were about to start, they realized there was a problem with going on a trip without any preparation. They didn't know when they would come out, so they didn't bring a condom. When Gu Jingze really thought of it, he kissed her and said impatiently, "No. I forgot to bring my tools." Lin Che was stunned. Then what should we do?" She blushed. "I'll take my medicine tomorrow." Taking medicine was still harmful to the body. He said, "No." He took a deep breath. He had already raised his head and couldn't lower it anymore. Lin Che said, "Actually, the hotel has it." Gu Jingze said, "The hotel has it?" "Yeah, it's on sale. It will be deducted from the room charge tomorrow." He turned around. Indeed, it was available. Their hotel didn't have it. If they needed it, they could get the hotel staff to deliver it. On the bedside table, there was a box with equipment. But it didn't feel like a proper brand. He couldn't care less. He picked one up and wanted to put it on, only to realize that he was too big and couldn't fit. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Che was speechless. Why couldn't he put it on? She said, "What's going on?" Gu Jingze smiled and breathed into her ear suggestively. "This means that my size is higher than the average person's. The size of the hotel's bathroom is only for the average person. It's not suitable for me." Lin Che blushed and said, "Scram, that's not it. Why are you so big? You're very lucky to have met such an outstanding man like me. So you don't know, ordinary people don't have the kind of experience I can give you." Lin Che's face turned even redder from his words. However, looking at him, she really felt that it was very big. Was this a good thing? Lin Che turned his head away and did not look at him. However, his heart was itching to think that yes, she was very lucky to have met a man who was very, very powerful. Every time, he would make her hover between life and death. Gu Jingze lay down and said, "Forget it then. Let's sleep first." Lin Che looked at his calm face. "Is it all right to sleep?" Gu Jingze said, "What else can we do? You're right. They usually take all the precautions." She was a little disappointed. She was probably thinking that he really took all the precautions to prevent pregnancy. There wouldn't be a single mishap. She said, "All right, go to sleep." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "Why? Are you so upset that I can't satisfy you?" Lin Che only looked at Gu Jingze. "I just think that you're very amazing. Aren't men animals that think with their lower bodies? But you can go to such lengths to not get pregnant." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "Because, when you don't want to have a child, I won't let you get pregnant accidentally. If you're not prepared, we won't have a child. Otherwise, an accidental pregnancy will hurt you. An abortion is a very harmful thing to the body. I won't let you suffer this kind of harm just because of my momentary pleasure." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. He said, if she wasn't prepared, he wouldn't let her get pregnant accidentally. Because of this sentence, her head and heart were filled with warmth. It was as if a warm current had rushed through her entire body. In a moment of confusion, she looked directly at him, blushing. Her lips moved before she murmured, "It's not that we can't. It's not that I'm not prepared." It was just that she had never thought that she would be prepared to have a child. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. Looking at Lin Che's blushing face and the way he immediately picked up a pillow and covered his head with it, his heart skipped a beat. A flash of joy flashed through his heart. This Lin Che. Did she use her brain before speaking? Did she know how attractive it was for a woman to say, "I'm willing to bear a child for you"? Even when he was at his most irrational, he still thought that he had to take precautions. That was his principle, but today, he suddenly turned Lin Che's body around him. Before Lin Che could react, he had already kissed her passionately. Kissing her lips, her neck, her collarbone, he wanted to touch every inch of her body, leaving no room for anything else. Lin Che was completely dazed. All of a sudden, he could no longer think of anything else. He just took a deep breath and was completely infatuated. He was so good that she couldn't reject him no matter what. How could there be a man who could say such a good thing? How many men would lose their rationality at this moment and disregard everything else? Only he would always remember that it was the greatest harm to a woman. He couldn't bear to let her take the medicine, so he was prepared to hold it in. This made her so touched. He must really care about her in his heart. That's why he cared so much about her, that's why he was so considerate of her. When they were finally connected, he truly felt what it felt like to be released in her body. It was such a deep sense of satisfaction that he was almost obsessed. This woman. He had always been fascinated by her. But, what should he do now? If she got pregnant, lying in his arms, she couldn't imagine how it would feel if she got pregnant. She only thought that if she gave birth to his child, actually, if she could give birth to a child like him, it would be really great. Because he was so handsome, so good. If a boy was like him, he would definitely be very handsome and cute. Actually, she didn't resist it in her heart. But, forget it, don't let your imagination run wild. Getting pregnant wasn't like sowing seeds. She couldn't get pregnant in an instant. A few waitresses from other floors came over to look at him and said with a smile, "Is he really that handsome? He's so handsome. It's a pity that he has a girlfriend and is with a woman. But a handsome man is indeed a handsome man. He's so gentle to his girlfriend. He listens to her and helps her to eat. Oh my God, he's so considerate." It wasn't that the food tasted good. Anyway, she just had a bite. It was getting cooler in the afternoon. Lin Che finally went out with Gu Jingze. There weren't many people outside. Seeing that the weather was so good, Lin Che couldn't help but sigh. This is great. Life in a small city is actually very comfortable. Yeah. Gu Jingze looked around. He really felt that the environment here was actually very good. There weren't many people around. He looked at Lin Che and pulled Lin Che's hand into his own. Don't run around. After all, you're not familiar with this place. Be careful not to be recognized. Okay, luckily, Lin Che didn't have many sightseeing fans. Those male celebrities probably had more sightseeing fans. Sightseeing fans meant that there would be some fans who liked to follow the celebrities. They liked them so much that they invaded the celebrities' privacy and secretly peeped into the celebrities' private lives. This wasn't very good. Although he could understand the liking and the impulse, a person who liked someone should want them better and not hurt them. Luckily, there weren't that many sightseeing fans among female celebrities. Hence, Lin Che had never met such a fan before. He didn't have much to worry about as he walked. Lin Che and Gu Jingze held hands as they strolled around this small city leisurely. They weren't worried at all that they would be recognized. When it cooled down, they saw that the food street and the night market had already opened. It was different from the noisy night market in B City. Although it was also noisy here, the things here were very simple. Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze over. Let's go and buy some barbecued lamb skewers. Gu Jingze said, be careful. The road is full of people. Okay, don't worry. Lin Che looked around and ate along the way. After a while, he saw a video game store on the side. Lin Che immediately pulled Gu Jingze over. Gu Jingze said, do you know how to play this? Looking at the colorful video games inside, Gu Jingze was doubtful. Lin Che said, why not? I'm very good at it. Come, I'll catch fish for you. She first went over to buy a pile of coins. After putting in the coins, she tried fishing. The score was not bad. She was very satisfied and said, you don't know how to play, do you? Gu Jingze didn't know how to play, so he shook his head. Lin Che immediately said, that's great. You finally have something you don't know. Come, let me teach you. Chapter 534. The man's expression changed immediately, as if he had been slapped in the face. However, he did not want to believe it and continued to provoke him. He said to his girlfriend, "It's a coincidence. Do you understand?" His girlfriend did not believe that someone could catch it every time. Gu Jingze remained silent and continued to ask Lin Che, "Which one do you want this time?" "Oh, I want this one. This little bear." Lin Che looked at him happily. He looked at him in surprise. He was very confident that Gu Jingze would not fight a battle he was not confident in. On the other hand, he was wondering if he could really catch all the dolls. He nodded, studied it for a while, and began to move again. Seeing the little bear move over bit by bit and fall to the ground, Lin Che jumped up and cheered again. "Oh, that's amazing, amazing." The expression on the man's face was indescribable. His girlfriend grabbed his arm angrily and looked at Lin Che's happy face with jealousy. Gu Jingze continued to ask, "Which one do you want next?" "Ah, I want this white one." "What about next?" "I'll take the blue lamb." "What about next?" After a while, Lin Che could no longer hold the dolls in his hands. At the side, many people finally noticed the master of holding dolls. They looked at him from behind and pointed at him one by one. "Oh my God, this guy is so good at holding dolls." Yeah. He only failed a few times and succeeded all the time. He's amazing. And he's so handsome. He's an all-around boyfriend. Yeah, I'm so jealous." Look at her boyfriend. Everyone started to be infatuated with Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was not affected by these people at all. He was still focused on holding the dolls. The couple who had been talking to each other were pushed to the side. At that moment, the girl was still looking at him enviously. She did not even look at her boyfriend. She just pouted and stared at Gu Jingze. So handsome, so romantic, he could hold whoever he wanted and he was so perfect. He was cold and did not boast at all. Then she looked at her boyfriend. "All right, stop looking. Let's go. He looks like a pauper. Only by using such means can he get girls." A man at the side pulled his girlfriend angrily. His girlfriend harumphed, "That's enough. You make it sound like you're rich. Your family only runs a car wash. Let me tell you, look at him. Let's not talk about anything else, just those shoes are from a big brand. They're worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. Also, his girlfriend's clothes are all high-end brands." She thought as she stomped her foot and walked out. The man looked back at Gu Jingze angrily. He had no choice but to chase after Gu Jingze. Lin Che's items could no longer be carried. On the other side, the owner of the arcade store also saw this. The staff came over with a big doll. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Sir, you're the best at picking up dolls this year. Since the opening of this shop, no one has been better than you. We'll give you this doll as a reward." Lin Che looked at the big hugging bear and was extremely happy. "Ah, that's great." Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che could no longer carry it, so he took the doll and said, "Thank you." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "All right, I can't carry it anymore. Let's send it to the hotel first." "All right." Gu Jingze finished his work and the people around him cheered. "That's amazing. Come on, you're amazing. So handsome. I'm so jealous of your girlfriend." Lin Che pursed his lips and walked out with him. He looked up at Gu Jingze's blank expression and smiled. Then, he walked out with him. They hailed a taxi at the entrance and went back to the hotel. Lin Che looked at the dolls and couldn't stop smiling. "I didn't expect you to be so amazing." Hee, the man behind us couldn't even close his mouth. Who asked him to be so boring and speak so crudely? Gu Jingze smiled. "Actually, just calculate the arc and try it out. Every time you follow the arc and maintain the same amount of force, you'll be able to pick up the doll. If you can't pick it up the first time, just move the doll out a little and try again. Usually, you'll be able to pick it up. It's useless even if you tell me. I read the guide and tried to pick it up every time, but it still doesn't work. Alright, it's like shooting. Every gun has its own feel. If you can master that feeling, you'll be able to hit it every time. But I don't know how to shoot either. Forget it. It's useless to tell you. You don't need to learn anyway. Yeah. When I want to, I'll ask you to pick it up for me. Lin Che was so happy that she stuck to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. The two of them went for dinner again. They didn't plan to stay for the night. They had had enough fun on this trip, so they drove back under the cover of the night. When they got back, Lin Che went online and saw that people were talking about the Golden Awards that Lin Che participated in and the scheming of the celebrities on the red carpet. Yu Minmin also called Lin Che and said that someone had posted some street photos of her on the internet. They were the personal outfits of some celebrities when they went in and out of the airport. It was said that the clothes a celebrity wore in private could reflect a celebrity's taste and characteristics. Therefore, many celebrities had to dress themselves well in private. When they went out, they had to think about what to wear. Many celebrities also had their own stylists in private, in order to be beautiful at every moment when they were photographed. Because Lin Che lived in private, there were very few photos taken of her. The photos were taken when she came out of the production crew or when she attended events at the airport. However, those clothes were obviously from big brands, which made people envious. When people compared Lin Che's and Qin Wanwan street photos, they realized that Qin Wanwan was also a big brand, but the brand was obvious. On the other hand, Lin Che's clothes were from different clothing brands every time she came out. Some of them were from hidden brands that couldn't be seen, but they were much more expensive. Coupled with Lin Che's casual style in private, she looked very casual like a socialite's daughter. She didn't look deliberate at all, as if her life had always been like this. She wasn't like Qin Wanwan, who dressed up heavily every time she came out and picked the most popular clothes of the season. It was as if she wanted to pile the brands on her. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Che's life had always been like this. Because she didn't even know what brand her clothes were. They were all randomly found at home and bought by the Gu family's housekeeper. She rarely paid attention to them. Lin Che didn't care and rested for a day. The next day, when he was about to go to the studio, he saw a luxury car stop in front of him as he waited outside the studio. And the person who got out of the car, it was actually Mo Huiling. Chapter 535. Lin Che was stunned. He thought that Mo Huiling was just passing by, but who would have thought that Mo Huiling would see Lin Che and walk over? She was obviously looking for Lin Che. Mo Huiling would see Lin Che on TV from time to time. She had seen so much news about him. She saw that Lin Che was still moving forward. She had turned from an unknown star to a superstar. And she hadn't broken up with Gu Jingze. Mo Huiling walked over with narrowed eyes. Miss Lin, long time no see. Lin Che looked at her. Mo Huiling looked a little haggard, but she didn't change much. Especially her gaze, it was still as annoying. What do you want? Lin Che said bluntly. Mo Huiling looked at Lin Che with a cold smile. I have good news for you. Good news? Yes. Oh, right. It might not be good news for you. What are you trying to say? Lin Che felt that she couldn't have any good news. I'm pregnant, Mo Huiling said. Lin Che's eyes moved. Mo Huiling said, I just got pregnant. It's less than 2 months old. Don't you want to know whose child it is? Lin Che suddenly had a bad premonition. However, it was impossible, definitely impossible. Gu Jingze couldn't possibly have any relationship with her. She absolutely believed in Gu Jingze. The child is Gu Jingze's. Mo Huiling's face smiled maliciously. Lin Che's eyes twitched. Impossible. Mo Huiling laughed heartily. How is it impossible? I can understand if you don't believe me, but the child is indeed Jingze's. Back then, Jingze couldn't touch me because he was sick, so he purposely stored his sperm and stored it away. He did this so that if he didn't recover, he would be able to give birth to the Gu family's child through artificial insemination. Mo Huiling lowered her head and touched her belly. Inside is the fruit of our love. It's his love for me. After Mo Huiling left Lin Che's place, she immediately called Li Mingyu to tell him that she was back. She hadn't felt so good in a long time. She felt so good when she saw Lin Che's ugly expression. After meeting up with Li Mingyu's face was full of anger. Why did you go look for her? I told you long ago that it's not the right time. It's not the right time. How is it inappropriate? Mo Huiling shouted, I've waited for so long and finally got Gu Jingze's flesh and blood. I've waited for too long and I can't wait any longer. Humph, this time, I'll show Lin Che, the Gu family, and those who looked down on me in the past that I have the flesh and blood of the Gu family. This is the eldest grandson of the Gu family. She is the heir of the Gu clan. However, Li Mingyu completely ignored her and interrupted her fantasy. He said, the child is only 2 months old. If they ask you to abort it, you'll have no choice but to abort it. How could they let me do that? They are the flesh and blood of the Gu family. What's wrong with me? You promised me that you would help me find a way to find the place where Gu Jingze hid his sperm, but it took you so long. Li Mingyu didn't want to take so long. Thinking of this, his face was still gloomy, but he felt guilty and didn't dare to look at Mo Huiling. He had thought that during this period of time, Mo Huiling would change her mind and follow him completely. Who knew that Mo Huiling would only think of Gu Jingze and wanted to get pregnant with his child as soon as possible? However, how could the place where Gu Jingze hid his sperm be so easy to find? His doctor had taken good care of it and outsiders couldn't get close to it. In the end, there was no other way. He used his own sperm to disguise it as Gu Jingze's and gave it to her. She was very excited at that time and immediately asked someone to do artificial insemination. She didn't even care that she was still a virgin. Li Mingyu thought that if she knew that she was pregnant with his child and that it would be difficult to abort the child, she might not think about Gu Jingze anymore. She might marry him for the sake of the child. Who knew, she actually couldn't wait and went out to tell Lin Che. This was simply, Li Mingyu didn't know what to do now. At home, Lin Che leaned against the wall and thought carefully about what Mo Huiling had said just now. At this moment, Gu Jingze, who had just found out about the situation, walked in quickly. When Lin Che saw Gu Jingze, he stood up immediately. Gu Jingze's expression was cold. Did she really say that to you? Lin Che said, It's okay, it's okay. Gu Jingze, it's not your fault. I've thought about it. Even if she is pregnant with your child, it's not your fault. No, that's impossible. Gu Jingze tugged at Lin Che's arm. Indeed, I stored the sperm for my future. But I kept it in a very safe place. It's impossible for anyone to get their hands on it. Chen Yuqing, keep it safe for me. The place where he kept it is not a place that ordinary people can find. Besides, only he and I know about it. It's impossible for others to know where it is. Hearing this, Lin Che was puzzled. Then what exactly is going on? Gu Jingze said, so I can be sure that she can't be pregnant with my child. Lin Che frowned. I'm willing to believe you, but why did Whirlwind say that? She should know that you stored the sperm, right? That's right. I did tell her back then, but I didn't tell her where I kept the sperm. Then why did she say it so confidently? Lin Che was also puzzled. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. No matter what, she can't be pregnant with my child. It's just that she came to you at this time and said this. I must ask her for an explanation. Forget it. Anyway, even if it's your child, I'm not very angry anymore. Although it's uncomfortable, it's true that she's playing dirty on purpose. I won't fall for it, Lin Che said as she pulled Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Yes, she's playing dirty on purpose, but I can't watch her do that. Anyway, I'll think of a way to figure it out. Let's not care about her for now. He lowered her forehead and looked at her. I don't want you and I to be affected by her. Of course. Lin Che blushed and turned her head away. After the incident with Lu Chusha, she understood one thing. That was, just like Gu Jingze, as long as they ignored those people, they wouldn't be affected by them. No matter what Whirlwind did, she and Gu Jingze were of one mind, so there was no need to worry about her interfering. She believed that Gu Jingze could think of a way to deal with this. Gu Jingze said, all right, let's not care about her. We're going to the presidential palace as a guest today. We're going to Glass Palace. Yes, Big Brother is treating us. Let's go. We'll discuss this with Big Brother when we get there. Chapter 536. Lin Che and Gu Jingze arrived at the Glass Palace together. Yu Minmin had just found out that Gu Jingming was going to invite Gu Jingze to dinner, so she hurried over to welcome them. Minmin. Lin Che walked over with a smile. Yu Minmin said, you suddenly left at the entrance of the company today. I thought something happened. Yeah, something came up. But it's nothing serious. Let's go in and talk. Gu Jingze glanced at Lin Che and nodded at her. Gu Jingming saw that Gu Jingze seemed to have something to do, so he brought him to the study. Gu Jingze then called Chen Yuqing along. The three of them went into the study together and Gu Jingze told him what had happened. Chen Yuqing said, that's impossible. The sperm is perfectly preserved. I didn't tell anyone and there are no signs of anyone breaking in. Gu Jingming said, what about Miss Mo? Gu Jingze shook his head. I don't know why she said that. Chen Yuqing said, who told you to tell her? We agreed not to tell anyone. He glanced at Gu Jingze, pretending to be sour. Gu Jingze just sat there and glared at Chen Yuqing. He didn't know why he had liked Whirlwind so much back then, but today he realized how stupid he had been. How could he trust such a woman so much? At this moment, he no longer had any feelings for Whirlwind. Chen Yuqing said, that's easy. Just let her have an abortion. Gu Jingze said, what if she doesn't? Gu Jingming said, you can't drag Miss Mo away and ask her to have an abortion, can you? If everyone knows about it, it'll be worse, won't it? Sigh, that's easy. Let her give birth. No matter whose child she's pregnant with, it won't be yours. Of course, it might not be. Chen Yuqing smiled and said, maybe you sneaked out to eat something. Ahem. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Gu Jingze glance at him. He quickly pretended that he didn't say anything. He touched his nose and said, it's not easy to come to Glass Palace today. Aren't you going to ask me to stay for a meal? Let's go eat. The three of them came to an agreement and walked out. Lin Che had already told Yu Minmin about it. Yu Minmin just sighed and patted her on the shoulder. It's not good to have a good husband. If your husband is an ordinary man, you don't have to worry about women coveting him, right? Your husband is so powerful. I don't want to let him go either. However, you and your husband are devoted to each other, so you don't have to worry about others breaking you up. Don't worry. Gu Jingze dotes on you so much that he won't let you suffer. Lin Che said, I'm not worried about that. It's just that, you're right. It's all Gu Jingze's fault. It's all because of his romantic past. Seeing the three of them come out, Lin Che and Yu Minmin stood up together. Gu Jingze walked up to Lin Che. He looked at Lin Che and held her hand. They looked at each other and then sat down. Gu Jingze lowered his head and said, I'm sure. There's nothing wrong with the sperm. Lin Che let out an oh. He knew that he had called Chen Yuqing over just to confirm it. If there were no problems, then there was nothing to worry about. Chen Yuqing looked at them. When they were eating together, Lin Che asked, Hey, why didn't you bring Yuran here today? Chen Yuqing said, Why would I bring her? Aren't you two inseparable? Good master, good disciple. Of course you have to be together every day. Why would I bring her here for such a serious matter? Also, Chen Yuqing picked up some food and said, She doesn't want to be with me. His words were a little too sour. Lin Che said, Why? Is she ignoring you? Chen Yuqing said, Go ask your good friend. Lin Che thought about it curiously. She didn't know what was going on with them. After dinner, she hurriedly asked about it on WeChat. Yuran, what's wrong? Is there something going on between you and Dr. Chin? After a while, Shen Yuran replied, Nothing much. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll force a confession out of you. Well. Shen Yuran seemed to be thinking about how to say it before saying, because there's a big gap between me and him. People always talk behind my back. I don't want to be a burden to him, and I don't want to be with him. I don't want to be a burden to him. He deserves better. Hearing this, Lin Che was speechless. If you put it like that, I should have divorced Gu Jingze long ago. Don't say that. You've worked very hard, and you've already achieved something. However, am I his disciple? Even if I accomplish everything, no one will think that I'm the one who did it. They will still think that I'm relying on him. Besides, the gap between our families is too big. My family is really a burden to him, and his family won't agree to me being with him. Lin Che saw this and asked curiously, So he has already confessed to you, but you don't agree? Yeah. I just said I'll think about it. But now that I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Lin Che was speechless. But she really couldn't meddle in their affairs. After all, it was their relationship problem. She had been through this path and knew that no matter what others said, it was useless. If what others said was useful, she wouldn't have liked Qin Qing for so many years. Gu Jingze suddenly appeared behind them. What are you looking at? Lin Che was shocked. He turned around and said gloomily, What are you doing? You just appeared out of nowhere. Gu Jingze said, I'm just looking at what you're doing. Chatting on WeChat. Why do you like chatting on WeChat so much? Gu Jingze asked curiously. Lin Che said, An antique like you won't understand that feeling. I really don't understand. Gu Jingze had never used these social media apps. Actually, there was nothing else on his phone except for reading the news. Lin Che said, Is this the psychology of gossip? You can see what people are up to by looking at your WeChat moments. You can find out about other people's gossip and show off your own stuff. Lin Che showed Gu Jingze her WeChat moments. She only reported the good news but not the bad. She only posted pictures of good things, places she went, things she saw, awards, and business openings. However, she didn't mention anything about being scolded or criticized. Gu Jingzi said speechlessly, is this interesting? Of course it's interesting. Hee, you'll never understand the fun of being pretentious in this life. Why don't I download it for you and you'll know after you try it? Gu Jingzi frowned. Lin Che ignored him and took his phone. Come, I'll download it for you. I don't need it. Try it. Maybe you'll find that you like it very much. Chapter 537. Gu Jingzi looked at her and downloaded an app. Then, he registered for WeChat. Lin Che said, let me see what name I should give you. Oh, right, Crazy Cool Tyrant CEO. Gu Jingzi said gloomily, what kind of stupid name is that? It's so realistic. No, Gu Jingzi said. Just make something as a name. Okay, I'll give you an English name then. Lin Che smiled weirdly. Gu Jingzi didn't believe her. Since when did she know English? Lin Che smiled and spelled it out in pinyin, Guangzhou Kuba. Gu Jingzi frowned. What does this mean? It means, just some random letters. What do you think it should be pronounced? This arrangement doesn't really fit the English pronunciation. Then it's French. I'll use this anyway. Lin Che said it for him. The next moment, he saw someone add him. It should be someone from Gu Jingzi's contact list. After he registered for WeChat with this phone number, he was directly recommended to other people's WeChat in his contact list. Lin Che saw that a few people had added him. He turned and asked, who are these people? Do you want to add them? Oh, sure. They're all relatives and friends. Yeah, they should be people from your contact list. Okay. Gu Jingzi didn't know much about this and could only watch from the side. Lin Che added many people in an instant. Immediately, someone said in surprise, no way, Jingzi. You're an antique. You actually have WeChat. Liu Beichen was also there. He asked in surprise, Jingzi, is that you? Or did your phone get stolen? Lin Che replied speechlessly, it's me, Lin Che. Help him open WeChat and teach him how to keep up with the times. Liu Beichen looked at it and replied, I knew it. He actually knows WeChat. That scared me. I thought I was dreaming. Hee, let's keep in touch on WeChat. Lin Che set it up and took a picture of dinner. Then, she posted it on her WeChat moments and wrote, the dinner was delicious. As expected of Glass Palace, she wouldn't have dared to say something like that in Glass Palace because it would definitely cause an uproar. Recently, because she had a lot of things to do, it was not good for her to keep shooting things to show off. Otherwise, she would be criticized even more. But it shouldn't be a problem if she used Gu Jingzi's disguise. However, as soon as this photo was posted, many people quickly commented on it. Fuck, Gu Jingzi, are you crazy? Who can tell me, is this Gu Jingzi? Did he lose his phone? Gu Jingzi, you actually posted on WeChat moments, in just a short while, there were already more than a dozen comments. Lin Che burst out laughing. Then, he saw Liu Beichen drag Gu Jingzi into a group chat. Lin Che asked on WeChat, what group is this? Our club's group is for business people. Don't worry, there are no outsiders. Because Lin Che was using Gu Jing's ID to speak, the others in the group immediately came out. Gu Jingzi joined the group. This is Gu Jingzi. No way, President Gu, long time no see. Why are you always not around when I go to your company? President Gu, our company's 200 million isn't in yet. You have to hurry. President Gu, I've seen the progress of your bridge. It's too slow. You didn't want to work with me back then. Working with a small company just doesn't work. If it were me, I could build 30 production teams in a month. Lin Che could only send a depressed emoji. He asked Liu Beichen in private, "No way, who are these people?" "It's just a business group. Don't worry, they all know Jingze. They are people who often interact with Gu Jingze. They don't need to be in the group to contact Gu Jingze. Tell Jingze and he will know. I won't let irrelevant people disturb him." "That's not what I meant. It's just that it's strange to see these people talking. Of course, the people in this group are the upper echelons of Country C. The CEO of Rongji Electronics, the CEO of MK Group, the CEO of Stafford. Anyway, these are the people." Chapter 538. How could he be so threatening? Lin Che could only say, "Okay, okay. I'll add you when I get back. I'll steal Gu Jingze's phone and add you. That's more like it." Lin Che returned home with Gu Jingze. She lay down and said, "So many people are surprised when I add you on WeChat. If you open a Weibo account, the whole of Country C will be in an uproar." Gu Jingze said, "Why?" Lin Che said, "Think about it. There are so many fangirls. Many of them will follow you immediately, send you pictures, and want to be your little lover. Humph, I can't open a Weibo account for you." Gu Jingze said, "They can be my little lover just because they send me pictures? I'm not that lowly, am I?" That's true. Even if he didn't have Weibo, he still had a lot of fangirls. Gu Jingze came over and saw that Lin Che still had a lot of followers on Weibo. "You have a lot of followers now," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said proudly, "Of course. I have 10 million followers, okay? But it's less than half of Gu Jingyu's. Sigh, women don't have as many fangirls as men do. After all, there are more girls who follow celebrities. Of course girls like boys. Opposites attract. But I'm content. When I first opened my account, I only had a few hundred followers." Just then, Gu Jingze's phone rang. It was Li Mingyu. Gu Jingze knew that he was close to Mo Huiling. He squinted and didn't want to pick up the call. However, Lin Che saw him and asked, "What's wrong? Is it Mo Huiling?" Gu Jingze's eyes moved. He took a breath and said, "Maybe." Lin Che said, "Answer it. If you don't, how will you know what she's up to?" Yeah, he didn't know what she was up to, and he couldn't decide what to do next. He should ask her what was going on. Previously, he had blocked Mo Huiling's phone. Normally, outsiders' calls couldn't be made into his phone. Strange numbers would be automatically filtered. Perhaps Mo Huiling had no choice but to use Li Mingyu's phone. He guessed that this should be the case and picked up the phone. It was indeed Mo Huiling. "Jingze." Over the phone, Mo Huiling's voice reminded Gu Jingze of his unpleasant past, so his voice became colder and colder. "What do you want?" "Jingze, Lin Che already told you, didn't he?" Mo Huiling didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly. "Don't waste time. Just tell me what you want," said Gu Jingze. Mo Huiling said, "Jingze, how can you be so fierce to me?" "I'm not being fierce. I have nothing to do with you anymore. I'm only answering your call to clarify things." "Alright, if you want to ask clearly, let's talk when we meet." "Just talk on the phone." "That's impossible. I'll only tell you after I see you. Otherwise, I'll give birth to your child and send it to Lin Che. Let's see how you two can be together then." Gu Jingze sucked in a deep breath. Lin Che hurriedly said from the side, "Gu Jingze, be rational, be rational." Gu Jingze turned back to look at Lin Che and finally nodded. "Okay, we'll talk when we meet." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. No matter what, it's better to clarify things. Anyway, we have a clear conscience, so we don't have to be afraid of her doing anything. Gu Jingzi said, you really don't mind. Lin Che pouted. Forget it. Who doesn't have a love life? Besides, you've loved her for so many years. In the next moment, Gu Jingzi had already pushed her against the wall. Yeah, and then you appeared. Lin Che looked at his face that was so close to her. What about me? I didn't do anything. Gu Jingzi looked at her face deeply. You fucked me, and nothing happened. Lin Che thought. Should he call her fucking? Okay, that's right. She drugged the wrong person, but she was also the victim. Wait, but what did Gu Jingzi mean? Then, you were fucked. Lin Che blushed. Yeah. Gu Jingzi lowered his head and sniffed her hair. I was fucked. I want to eat you every second now. Don't, you. Gu Jingzi pushed her down, bit her chin, and gently opened her clothes. If you're really jealous, you might as well help me give birth to a child. What? However, Gu Jingzi had never used a condom before, and he really felt that it was wonderful. Since he didn't want to use it anymore, then he wouldn't use it. It's fine if it's just a few times. I want to experience what it feels like to have intercourse with you. He kissed her lips, using his superb kissing skills to tease her heart into a mess. Wearing a condom doesn't mean we're intercourse. No, you don't understand how a man feels. Really, the feeling of being in your body is incomparable. Then you were still so cautious in the past. That's because I didn't want to hurt you. You want to hurt me now. Now. I want to tempt you to give birth to my child, and take the opportunity to have intercourse with you a few times. Gu Jingzi bit open the collar of her clothes and buried his head in her chest. Lin Che was so ticklish that she curled up and hugged him. The next day, in Gu Jingzi's office, Mo Huiling pushed open the door angrily and entered. She immediately saw Gu Jingzi sitting in the middle of the room. In an instant, her eyes became moist. It had been a long time since she had seen this unforgettable face. Now that she had left him, she felt as though she had lost everything. Because of his perfection, his handsomeness, his wealth, his power, his everything. When she was with him, she was envied by everyone, but once she left him, she became nothing. Even though she was still the young mistress of the Mo family, when people looked at her, they no longer felt the same way they did in the past. As for Li Mingyu, she could tell. He was really good to her, but when she looked at him, she felt that he would never be able to compare to Gu Jingzi. After being with Gu Jingzi, she was destined to never accept another man in this lifetime. She looked at Gu Jingzi and said sadly, Jingzi, why do you want to see me at the office? Can't you go to my house? It's not like you don't know where it is. Unfortunately, I can't go. Why? Because I don't want to go. Is that okay? Gu Jingzi's gaze sharpened. I just want to ask you about the child. What's going on? Upon hearing this, Mo Huiling's gaze softened. Yes, she still had a child.